Plainfield, Wisconsin, a quiet town hiding a horrifying secret. Ed Gein, a man who seemed ordinary, lived among them, quiet, reclusive, unassuming. But behind the walls of his farmhouse, he committed crimes that shocked the world. He exhumed bodies from local cemeteries, fashioned objects from human remains, and murdered those who crossed his path. His obsession with death, control, and his domineering mother twisted his mind into something no one could understand. Ed Gein wasn't a fictional monster. He was real. And the darkness of his actions would inspire some of the most terrifying figures in horror history. Once you step into the world of the Plainfield Ghoul, there's no turning back. If this journey into the mind of Ed Gein sent chills down your spine, hit that like button and show you survived the terror. If it left you speechless, or even a little scared, let me know in the comments where you're watching from, and share your thoughts with others who dare to face the truth. Chapter 1: Shadows in Plainfield. The early life of Ed Gein. On a cold winter day in 1906, deep in the rural heart of Wisconsin, a child was born who would one day haunt the imagination of a nation. Edward Theodore Gein, known later as the Plainfield Ghoul, entered the world on January 27th in the small farming town of La Crosse. To the townsfolk, it was just another birth among many in the Midwestern countryside, but to history, it was the beginning of a tale that would grow darker with every passing year. Plainfield, Wisconsin, in the early 20th century was a community marked by isolation, farmland, and simple living. Families knew one another. Churches were the center of social life, and survival was tied to long days of work in the fields. It was not a place one would expect to produce legends of horror. Yet in such quiet, unassuming settings, shadows often grow unnoticed. It was here, in the raw simplicity of farm life, that Ed Gein began his journey. Ed was the second son of George and Augusta Gein. His older brother, Henry, had been born 5 years earlier, and together, the two boys would grow up under the stern, often suffocating control of their mother. The Gein household was far from warm or stable. George, the father, was a man crushed by his own failures. Once a carpenter and tanner, he had fallen into alcoholism and irregular work, unable to provide stability or affection. Augusta, on the other hand, was a figure of fierce willpower and unyielding conviction. A deeply religious woman, she believed the world outside her family was steeped in sin and corruption. For her, the church was truth, and she sought to mold her sons into loyal instruments of her strict and unforgiving worldview. Ed grew up under the weight of this duality, an absent, weakened father on one side, and a dominating, almost tyrannical mother on the other. Augusta ruled the household with relentless control, and her word was absolute. She insisted that her children avoid friendships, believing that others would only corrupt them. In her eyes, women, except for herself, were instruments of immorality, and she preached that the world was filled with wickedness that must be avoided at all costs. The boy, Ed was quiet and withdrawn. He did not rebel or question his mother's authority. Instead, he clung to her approval as if it were the only light in his dimly lit world. Teachers noticed his shyness and odd mannerisms. He was a below-average student academically, though not unintelligent. He had a peculiar ability for reading and retaining information, but his social skills were almost non-existent. Other children teased him mercilessly, calling him effeminate or strange. His awkward smile, habit of sudden laughter at inappropriate times, and difficulty connecting with others marked him as different. But Ed rarely defended himself. Instead, he retreated further inward, finding solace only in the comfort of his mother's voice and her teachings about morality and sin. Augusta encouraged Ed and Henry to read the Bible daily, focusing particularly on passages about sin, punishment, and the dangers of women. Tales of divine wrath and eternal damnation became stitched into Ed's imagination. Unlike many children who might have balanced such stern teachings with exposure to friendships or games, Ed's world was almost entirely bounded by his mother's harsh doctrine. It was a lonely existence, but to him, it was simply life. The Gein family eventually moved to a farm in Plainfield, purchasing a 155-acre property that would become both a sanctuary and a prison for Ed. The land was vast and isolated, with neighbors living miles away. For Augusta, this was ideal, distance from the corrupting influence of outsiders. For young Ed, it meant even greater seclusion. His days were filled with chores, milking cows, slaughtering animals, harvesting crops, and maintaining the land. It was hard work, but Ed performed it dutifully. Unlike Henry, who sometimes grumbled about their situation, Ed rarely resisted. He wanted to please his mother, even when her demands were harsh. The slaughtering of animals was an especially formative experience. On farms, killing livestock was a normal part of survival, but for Ed, the sights and sounds of death carried a strange fascination. While most farm children grew desensitized to it, Ed seemed to watch more closely, absorbing the details of life leaving a body. The rituals of butchering and the transformation of flesh into sustenance planted seeds in his mind that would later grow into something grotesque and unimaginable at the same time. Augusta's lectures about the sinful nature of women left him in a constant state of conflict. On one hand, Ed admired and revered his mother, seeing her as pure and righteous. On the other, he was human, and like any boy, he began to feel natural urges that were relentlessly condemned by Augusta's preaching. The tension between desire and shame became a defining struggle within him. He internalized the belief that women outside of his mother were dangerous, deceitful, and unclean. And yet, there was a part of him that could not help but feel drawn toward the very thing he was taught to fear. The household was further strained by George's drinking. While not outwardly abusive in a physical sense, his presence was a reminder of failure. He drifted from one job to another, unable to provide steady income or stability. The boys often witnessed arguments between their parents, with Augusta belittling George's weakness and reminding her sons that they should never become like him. For Ed, this reinforced the idea that his only true role model was his mother. His father's presence was fading, but Augusta's shadow grew ever larger as Ed approached adolescence. His isolation deepened. He struggled to connect with peers, and though he occasionally tried to participate in school activities, his strange mannerisms kept him on the fringe. Stories circulated that he would sometimes laugh at jokes no one else heard or smile at odd moments, as if reacting to thoughts in his own head rather than the world around him. Teachers found him peculiar, but harmless. He was, in many ways, invisible, a boy who existed quietly, never causing trouble, but never truly belonging. This invisibility, however, hid the reality of a mind being shaped in dangerous ways. Ed's sense of morality, identity, and desire were being molded entirely by his mother's hand. He was not allowed to question, nor was he exposed to alternative views of the world. In this isolation, a fragile personality was forming, one that could not withstand the fractures that were yet to come. The shadows of Ed Gein's life had begun to lengthen. Though he was still just a boy on a remote Wisconsin farm, the seeds of darkness had already been sown. They would take years to sprout, but in the silence of Plainfield, with only his mother's voice echoing in his mind, Ed Gein was slowly becoming the man history would remember not for his childhood struggles, but for the horrors that would one day emerge from the farmhouse at the edge of town. As Ed Gein grew into his teenage years, The isolation of the Plainfield farm seemed to close in around him like a heavy fog. The farm, with its vast acres of fields and woods, was both a place of hard labor and a fortress of silence. It kept Ed away from the influences Augusta despised, but it also left him with few connections to the outside world. His life was a rhythm of chores, sermons, and his mother's relentless teachings about sin, death, and divine punishment. Other boys in town would gather for hunting trips or spend their evenings at school dances, but for Ed, such experiences were forbidden. Augusta made it clear that these gatherings were sinful distractions that led to temptation and ruin. Instead, Ed remained on the farm, watching the seasons change and listening to his mother's voice as though it were a scripture carved into the walls of his mind. Despite the loneliness, Ed was not entirely without imagination. In fact, his inner world became a kind of refuge. He spent hours reading adventure stories, pulp magazines, and tales of exploration. But just as often, he read the Bible, returning again and again to passages about death, the afterlife, and divine punishment. Augusta encouraged these readings, hoping to cement her influence. But the combination of fantasy and religious dread created a strange cocktail in Ed's young mind. He was fascinated by the mysteries of life and death, not in the abstract way that most young people might be, but with a fixation that bordered on obsession. At school, Ed's strangeness became more pronounced. His classmates often whispered about him, mocking the way he dressed, the odd way he sometimes chuckled under his breath, or how he would stare off into space as if listening to voices no one else could hear. Some accounts suggest that Ed's teachers tried to support him, recognizing that his awkwardness was not malicious but born of extreme shyness and perhaps a lack of social development. Yet even these small gestures of kindness could not bridge the gap that Augusta's restrictions had created. The cruel teasing of other children left Ed even more dependent on his mother. When he returned home, humiliated or withdrawn, Augusta would reinforce her message. The world was cruel, people were wicked, and women were the root of much of that wickedness. She reminded him that loyalty to her and to God's law was all that truly mattered. Instead of resisting, Ed accepted her words with the kind of obedience that comes not from love alone, but from fear of losing the only person he believed cared for him. Meanwhile, Ed's relationship with his father grew ever more strained. George Gain's drinking habits worsened, and his presence became one of instability and embarrassment. He failed to provide for the family consistently, and his dependence on alcohol made him increasingly unreliable. Augusta berated him openly, often in front of the children, painting him as an example of weakness and failure. For Ed, the contrast between his parents was stark. His father seemed to represent everything Augusta said was sinful, indulgent, careless, a slave to temptation, while Augusta herself appeared righteous, disciplined, and strong. This division only deepened Ed's dependence on his mother as the unquestioned center of his moral and emotional universe. On the farm, Ed performed his chores with quiet diligence. Yet it was in these routines that he became acquainted with the realities of life and death in ways that most young boys never did. Killing chickens, slaughtering pigs, and watching animals bleed out in the barnyard became almost second nature. He did not recoil as some children might. Instead, he seemed fascinated. Later accounts would recall his strange tendency to linger during butchering, watching intently as though he were memorizing each step. Death was no longer something abstract. It was something he could touch, smell, and see. It was real, and in a way, it was strangely comforting. There are suggestions that Ed also showed signs of a gentle, even tender side, especially toward his mother. Neighbors occasionally recalled that he did odd jobs for them, helping with chores or babysitting children, and he was always polite, if a bit peculiar. Yet this gentleness coexisted with the seeds of a much darker fascination. He was not a cruel child, but his experiences were shaping him in ways no one around him could fully perceive. By the time Ed reached his teenage years, the divide between him and the world outside Plainfield had grown into an unbridgeable chasm. He rarely socialized, and when he did, he was awkward, often smiling inappropriately or speaking in a halting, almost nervous manner. He was the kind of boy people noticed for being off, but not dangerous. To most, he was simply odd, the kind of farm boy who would never truly fit in. Yet, beneath that oddness, Ed's inner world was becoming more vivid and more disturbing. He began to daydream, not of the future most young men imagined, romance, adventure, success, but of death, rituals, and the strange power that seemed to linger in the act of killing. The religious overtones of his upbringing fused with these fantasies, creating a deeply distorted sense of morality. To Ed, the boundaries between life and death, sin and purity, began to blur. Still, in these teenage years, the darkness was only forming. Outwardly, he was quiet, dutiful, and harmless. Inwardly, however, his fascination with the macabre was taking root. Augusta's grip on him was absolute, and every choice, every thought seemed to circle back to her approval. His father was fading into the background. His brother Henry was beginning to question Augusta's control, but Ed himself remained steadfast in his devotion. The Plainfield farm, isolated and silent, was the perfect cradle for such a mind to grow unnoticed. No one saw the storm that was slowly gathering in the quiet boy's imagination. They saw only an awkward, peculiar teenager, one who would likely live his whole life on that farm, unseen and unremarkable, but history would prove otherwise. The shadows that marked Ed Gein's early years were only the beginning of a story that would one day shock the entire world. For now, though, he was still just a boy under his mother's watchful eye, shy, strange, and quietly carrying the burden of thoughts he could not share. The seeds of horror had been planted, and in time, they would grow into something far more terrifying than anyone could have imagined. Chapter 2: The Iron Hand of Augusta. A childhood under control. To understand the world of Ed Gein, one must first understand Augusta Gein, the woman who dominated his life with an iron hand, unbending will, and a belief system forged in fire and brimstone. Augusta Wilhelmine Gein, born in 1878, was a woman of deep Lutheran faith and a stern moral code. In the small, conservative communities of Wisconsin, religion was often a guidepost, but for Augusta, it was more than a guide. It was an obsession. She lived by the Bible's harshest lessons, those that spoke of sin, temptation, punishment, and the frailty of mankind in the face of evil. From the earliest days of her marriage to George Gein, Augusta made her contempt for weakness clear. She married George despite his flaws, perhaps hoping that she could reform him through her rigid morality. Instead, she came to despise him. His drinking, lack of ambition, and failure to provide adequately for the family only deepened her disdain. To Augusta, George was a cautionary tale, a living embodiment of what a man should never be. Her sharp tongue and cutting criticisms reduced him to a passive, broken figure in the household. For Ed and his older brother Henry, their father's failures were lessons repeated daily. Augusta reminded them that to become like George was to invite ruin. Yet she offered no vision of freedom or individuality in exchange. Instead, she carved a narrow, suffocating path for her children, one where obedience to her will was the only true measure of virtue. She did not encourage friendships, laughter, or curiosity. Instead, she demanded discipline, religious devotion, and unquestioning loyalty that I in this environment. Augusta became less of a mother and more of a prophet figure within her own household. She dictated every aspect of her sons' lives, their work, their reading, their beliefs, even their view of women and sexuality. To her, women outside the family were inherently sinful, temptresses who led men to destruction. She referred to them as harlots and sinners, drilling into Ed and Henry the notion that contact with women beyond her presence would corrupt them eternally. The power she wielded over Ed was absolute. Where Henry sometimes resisted, questioning her harsh views, Ed absorbed them with the devotion of a disciple. His shy nature, combined with his desire for approval, made him especially vulnerable to her authority. He believed what she told him, because he wanted her love, and because he knew no alternative. She was his moral compass, his protector, and his jailer all at once. Every evening, after long days of farm work, Augusta gathered her children to read aloud from the Bible. But instead of focusing on stories of love, redemption, or mercy, she dwelled on passages filled with fire and brimstone. Tales of the Old Testament, wrathful gods, plagues, and punishments were her favorites. She emphasized sin and its consequences, hammering home the idea that humanity was doomed unless it followed God's strictest laws. For Ed, these stories fused with the reality of his isolated existence. The world seemed dark, threatening, and filled with unseen dangers lurking beyond the borders of their farm. The household itself mirrored Augusta's severity. Cleanliness and order were demanded, but not in a way that fostered warmth. The home was less a sanctuary than a fortress of rules. The boys were not permitted to bring friends, nor were they encouraged to explore their own interests outside of the Bible and the endless chores that defined farm life. The family's isolation meant that Ed rarely encountered other perspectives. His classmates and teachers provided glimpses into a more normal world, but once he returned home, Augusta's voice drowned out all others. Psychologists later suggested that Ed's entire personality development was shaped by this environment. Where most children learn to balance parental influence with peer interaction, Ed had no such balance. Augusta's worldview became his worldview. Her fear of sin became his fear. Her hatred of women became his internal struggle. Her rigidity created a fragile mind unable to adapt to the complexities of human relationships. That it wasn't simply that Augusta controlled Ed's behavior. She controlled his very perception of reality. She taught him that human desire was shameful, that sex was evil, and that women were corrupt. Yet paradoxically, she presented herself as the only pure woman, the only one worth respect and devotion. This contradiction placed Ed in an impossible position. On one hand, he felt natural human attraction and curiosity. On the other, he believed these impulses damned him, unless directed toward the only woman he trusted, his mother. The seeds of dependency grew deeper. Ed did not just respect Augusta, he revered her. He saw her as flawless, incapable of error, and the ultimate authority on truth. To disobey her was not only to disappoint a parent, but to betray the very force he believed kept him safe from eternal damnation. Meanwhile, Henry, older and more skeptical, sometimes pushed back against Augusta's authority. He noticed her contradictions, her bitterness, and her harshness. He questioned her teachings, and in doing so, set himself apart from Ed. This would later cause tension between the brothers, but for now, it meant that Ed grew even more attached to Augusta, the one person he believed never wavered. The iron hand of Augusta did not simply raise her children, it imprisoned them. Her unyielding faith created walls around their lives, walls reinforced by isolation, fear, and guilt. And inside those walls, Ed Gein grew into a young man with no real understanding of friendship, intimacy, or independence. He knew only obedience, work, and the endless sermons of sin and punishment. The tragedy of Ed's early life lies in this suffocating bond. For while Augusta sought to shield her sons from what she believed was a corrupt world, she instead created the conditions for something far darker. By denying Ed the chance to form healthy relationships, by instilling in him a twisted view of women and desire, and by elevating herself as a near-divine figure, she laid the foundation for the horrors that would one day emerge at this stage. However, the world saw only a peculiar, quiet farm boy, dutiful, shy, and obedient to his mother. No one could yet imagine how Augusta's iron hand was shaping him, how her unrelenting control was forging a mind incapable of separating love from fear, purity from sin, and life from death. In Plainfield, the Gein family remained just another struggling farm household, their darkness hidden behind closed doors. But within that house, under the weight of Augusta's will, a disturbing transformation was already underway. As Ed Gein entered adolescence, the presence of Augusta grew only more powerful, more absolute, until she was not just a mother, but a force that governed every thought, every movement of his life. By this time, Ed's father, George, had sunk further into obscurity. His drinking habits, his inability to hold work, and his passive presence made him little more than a shadow in the household. Augusta dismissed him outright, treating him as if he were a burden rather than a partner. For Ed, the absence of paternal authority left no counterbalance to Augusta's dominance. His world revolved around her, and the orbit was unbreakable. The daily rhythm of farm life under Augusta's control was unrelenting. She demanded strict obedience from both Henry and Ed, assigning them chores that consumed their daylight hours. The farm had to be maintained, fields tilled, livestock cared for, wood chopped, and the endless cycles of rural work performed with precision. To outsiders, it might have appeared that Augusta was simply instilling discipline and responsibility in her sons. But beneath that surface, her control was not merely about farm work. It was about reinforcing her dominance, ensuring that her children never strayed beyond the boundaries she had set. When Ed returned from school, Augusta was waiting. She lectured him about morality, about the dangers of the world, about the inevitable punishment that awaited those who fell into sin. She dwelled on the wickedness of women, painting them as agents of temptation who could lure men into eternal damnation. Her words were fire and thunder, and Ed, sensitive and impressionable, absorbed them completely. He did not question her authority. He did not resist. Instead, he listened, nodded, and let her voice become the very fabric of his understanding of the world. The conflict between Ed's natural development and Augusta's teachings grew sharper during these years. Like any young man, he began to feel the stirrings of attraction, curiosity about women, and the desire for companionship. But for Ed, these feelings were wrapped in guilt and fear. To feel desire was, in Augusta's eyes, to be corrupted. To imagine intimacy was to imagine sin. This left Ed in a state of torment, his instincts clashing with the relentless sermons of purity and damnation. He learned to suppress these thoughts, burying them under layers of shame. Yet suppression does not erase desire. It only distorts it. And in Ed's case, it began to twist into something unhealthy, something that would grow darker in years to come. In the wider community, the Gein family remained an enigma. They were not entirely isolated. Plainfield was a small town, and everyone knew of everyone else, but the Geins were seen as peculiar. Augusta rarely socialized, except for church, and even there, she was regarded as severe and judgmental. She openly criticized the behavior of others, labeling women as immoral, gossiping about their supposed sins, and holding herself above them as a model of righteousness. This alienated the family, leaving Ed and Henry further cut off from potential friendships or connections. Teachers noticed Ed's strangeness, his odd smile, and his tendency to laugh at moments when no one else did. They saw a boy who seemed disconnected, but not dangerous, merely different. Neighbors who occasionally interacted with the family described Ed as polite, even helpful, but also peculiar, with a gaze that lingered too long and a shyness that bordered on discomfort. No one saw a threat in him. He was simply Augusta's boy, sheltered and strange. Henry, however, was beginning to see things differently. As the older brother, he had more perspective, and he sometimes challenged Augusta's rigid beliefs. He questioned her harsh judgments of the townspeople, and he expressed concern that Ed was becoming too attached, too dependent. Henry saw the imbalance forming, but Augusta dismissed his doubts. For her, any criticism was defiance, and defiance was sin. She doubled down on her control, tightening her grip over Ed, who never resisted her authority in the way his brother did. Inside Ed's mind, Augusta's sermons became a second voice, echoing even when she was silent. He began to view the world not through his own eyes, but through hers. Women were untrustworthy. Sexuality was evil. The outside world was corrupt. His mother, and only his mother, was pure. This created an emotional prison from which he could not escape. Even as he grew older, into his teenage years and early adulthood, Ed never sought independence in the way most young men did. He did not rebel. He did not question. He remained in orbit around Augusta, convinced that her approval was the only thing that mattered. This bond would later become infamous, described by psychologists as pathological attachment. Ed's identity was so enmeshed with his mother's that he never developed his own. He lived not as himself, but as an extension of Augusta's will. And when she was absent, when her voice was no longer there to guide him, the void left behind would drive him into madness. Yet in these years, no one could have predicted what was to come. To the townspeople, Ed was simply peculiar, shy, and overly devoted to his mother. They saw a farm boy who did odd jobs, who smiled awkwardly, who never dated, and who remained obedient to Augusta even as an adult. They did not see the damage being done beneath the surface, nor could they imagine how deep Augusta's influence would reach into her son's future crimes. The iron hand of Augusta did not simply shape Ed Gein's childhood. It forged the very foundation of his psyche. She gave him a world of absolutes, sin and purity, loyalty and betrayal, life and damnation. There was no gray, no room for doubt or exploration. In this rigid world, Ed learned to fear desire, to worship obedience, and to equate love with control. The result was not just a dependent son, but a man who would never escape her shadow. Even long after she was gone, as Ed reached adulthood, his devotion to Augusta remained unbroken. Where others sought freedom from their parents, Ed clung to her even more tightly. Her words, her beliefs, and her iron will continue to guide him, long after his father faded into insignificance. Augusta had not just raised Ed Gein. She had molded him entirely, leaving no space for independence, no room for another influence. And so, the stage was set. A boy who might have been strange but harmless was being shaped into something far more dangerous, though the world did not yet see it. The iron hand of Augusta had closed around him, and it would never truly let go. Chapter 3: Seeds of Darkness. Isolation, Fantasy, and Early Signs. By the time Ed Gein moved into young adulthood, The strange foundation of his life had already been laid. He was no longer a boy, but neither was he a man in the way others his age were. In Plainfield, most young men of his generation were beginning to build families, secure jobs, and carve out futures that pulled them away from their parents' homes. But Ed, forever bound to Augusta, remained rooted to the family farm. The land was vast, the house weathered and cold, and the silence of the countryside seemed to mirror the silence inside him. Isolation, for Ed, was not a passing phase. It was the permanent condition of his existence. He did not date, did not form close friendships, and did not venture into social gatherings. His awkward nature, paired with his mother's lifelong warnings about the wickedness of others, especially women, left him completely unprepared for the realities of adult relationships. When townsfolk saw him, he was usually doing odd jobs, fixing things, or simply drifting about Plainfield with his soft, strange smile. He was helpful, polite, and even gentle in demeanor, but always peculiar, always apart. The fantasy world inside Ed's mind grew as his real world shrank. With little to anchor him socially, his imagination became his companion. He read voraciously, but not always the kinds of stories one might expect. While he did enjoy tales of adventure and exploration, he was increasingly drawn to pulp magazines and lurid stories that mixed crime, death, and sexuality in unsettling ways. Stories of cannibals, body snatchers, and criminals fascinated him. They were forbidden fruit, an escape from his monotonous existence, but also a reflection of something deeper, his growing fixation on death and the human body. His reading did not remain passive. Ed began to collect clippings, storing away tales of murder, corpses, and even Nazi experiments from the war years. The grotesque fascinated him in a way that suggested more than idle curiosity. He was not horrified, he was drawn in. These obsessions became the seeds of the behaviors that would later shock the world. The work on the farm gave him endless opportunities to interact with life and death in tangible ways. Butchering animals, as he had done since boyhood, remained a part of his life. For Ed, however, it was not simply labor, it was a ritual. The process of cutting flesh, of seeing the inner workings of a body, left impressions on him that blurred the boundaries between necessity and obsession. In the quiet of the farm, where no one watched him, these acts of routine slaughter deepened his comfort with gore, desensitizing him to blood and normalizing the intimacy of working with bodies. Augusta's shadow remained over him through all of this. Her influence did not wane simply because he was older. If anything, Ed's devotion seemed to grow. He sought her approval constantly, treated her word as sacred, and built his sense of morality entirely around her teachings. Yet her unyielding condemnation of women left Ed in a state of permanent contradiction. His natural urges for companionship and intimacy did not vanish. They became twisted under the weight of shame. He could not seek out relationships in normal ways, so those desires turned inward, feeding his fantasies, reshaping themselves in ways that blurred lines between the living and the dead, purity and corruption, love and horror. The few who interacted with him regularly did not see the storm beneath the surface. Neighbors thought of Ed as strange but useful. He did chores, babysat, and fixed things with his capable hands. He was reliable in his way, even if his social presence was unsettling. Some remembered how children would feel uneasy around him, remarking on his odd laugh or his vacant stares, but no one thought of him as dangerous. He was just Ed, the odd farm boy who had never left home. But beneath that simple exterior, Ed's fantasies were expanding. His fascination with anatomy grew more pronounced, and his clippings of violent stories multiplied. He spent hours alone, reading and imagining. The real world gave him nothing, no friendships, no romances, no freedom. So his inner world became more vivid, more grotesque. One of the strangest aspects of Ed's inner life was his early interest in tales of grave robbing. To him, the idea of the dead was not terrifying, but magnetic. He was fascinated by bodies not only as lifeless forms, but as objects of study, of curiosity, and even of desire. It is here, in these seeds, that one can trace the first clear signs of the man he would become. Where others turned away from such things in disgust, Ed leaned closer, as though he could discover something in death that life had denied him. But Augusta's presence remained the paradox at the heart of his existence. She condemned lust, but represented the only woman he could love. She preached purity, but filled his imagination with endless images of sin. Her control kept him isolated, but her inevitable mortality meant that Ed's world would one day collapse. He could not see it then, but her hold was shaping him into someone who would be incapable of coping with loss, with loneliness, with the void that would come when her iron hand was gone. For now, though, he remained hidden in Plainfield, a farm boy in his 20s who seemed destined for obscurity. He was not violent outwardly, not threatening, not even assertive. The darkness growing within him remained unseen, nurtured by isolation, fueled by fantasy, and fed by the shadow of his mother's teachings. The seeds of darkness had been planted long ago. By the time Ed reached his early adulthood, they had begun to sprout, quietly, invisibly, in the solitude of his imagination. And though the world around him saw only a strange, shy man, Ed was already drifting toward a reality where death and desire would no longer remain separate, where fantasy would bleed into life in the most literal sense. As Ed Gein grew older, the farm became less a home and more a fortress of solitude. Its creaking wooden beams, its dimly lit corners, and its suffocating sense of isolation wrapped around him like a cloak. Few outsiders ever came inside, and those who did often remarked on its strange stillness. To them, it was simply an old farmhouse on the Wisconsin plains. To Ed, it was the center of his world, the one place where he could retreat fully into the realm of his fantasies, away from prying eyes. The deeper Ed sank into isolation, the more he blurred the lines between reality and imagination. His collection of pulp magazines and crime clippings grew, and with them, the subjects of his fascination shifted into even more grotesque territory. He did not only collect accounts of crimes, he studied them. He read about infamous killers, about grave robbers, about acts of desecration so ghastly that most would recoil at even a mention. For Ed, however, these were not warnings. They were inspiration, magazines that sensationalized atrocities of the past, body snatchers who dug up the dead, surgeons who experimented on cadavers, even tales of cannibal tribes, became staples of his reading. These lurid stories merged with Augusta's teachings about sin and the wickedness of women, feeding into a unique and dangerous mindset. In his mind, women were at once sinful and powerful, feared and desired. He could not touch them in life, could not build relationships with them, but in death, they could not reject him. Yet, despite the grim and secretive obsessions forming inside him, outwardly Ed remained deceptively harmless. He was soft-spoken, with a gentle voice and a shy, almost childlike demeanor. Neighbors often described him as odd, but not threatening. He was the kind of man people trusted to babysit their children, to fix broken furniture, to shovel snow from driveways. He blended into the fabric of small-town Plainfield as a local eccentric, not a predator. This duality, innocent on the surface, macabre beneath, was the hallmark of Ed's existence. His fantasies grew darker, but they did so in silence, beneath layers of normalcy. People would later say that if anyone could have guessed what Ed was capable of, they would have been shocked, for he seemed incapable of violence. But in truth, violence was not what drew him at first. It was the intimacy of death itself. There were early warning signs, subtle but unsettling. He spoke to some about a strange interest in anatomy, about odd stories he had read. He laughed at times inappropriately, as though the grotesque amused him. He sometimes shared morbid jokes that left others uneasy. And yet, in a community where eccentricity was tolerated, these quirks were brushed aside. He was just Ed, strange, but not dangerous. The farm became a place of both refuge and prison. Its isolation gave him freedom to explore his fantasies without interruption, but it also trapped him in an environment where his only influences were the lingering voice of his mother and the grisly stories he consumed. Each day, his life followed a pattern: odd jobs around town, polite but limited interactions with neighbors, and long nights of reading, clipping, and imagining. As his fascination with death deepened, Ed began to dwell on the fragility of life itself. The loss of his brother Henry, whose death remained shrouded in suspicion, had left him more tethered to Augusta than ever. He clung to her with an intensity that bordered on obsession, needing her guidance, her approval, her presence. But he also knew, deep down, that she was not immortal. That knowledge haunted him. What would happen when she was gone? Who would anchor him? Who would stop the loneliness from consuming him entirely? That question became a quiet obsession, lurking in the corners of his mind. His fantasies of death, his interest in corpses, and his reliance on Augusta all intersected in ways that would one day reveal themselves in horrifying acts. For now, though, they remained confined within his mind, a labyrinth of twisted thoughts invisible to the world outside. It is telling that Ed's obsessions were not simply with death, but with transformation. He was fascinated not just by corpses, but by what could be done with them. The stories he read described people who shaped bodies, who skinned them, who used them in rituals or grotesque displays. These ideas stirred something deep within him, though he did not yet act on them. They became the scaffolding of fantasies that would later take physical form in his farmhouse. His relationship with women, or rather, his lack of one, was central to this dark transformation. He remained unable to pursue companionship in the normal sense. Socially, he was awkward to the point of paralysis. Any attempt at intimacy felt impossible, forbidden by Augusta's teachings, crushed beneath shame and guilt. And yet the desire lingered. His mind sought a way to reconcile these opposing forces, the craving for closeness and the inability to achieve it. In corpses, he would one day find his answer. They could not tempt him. They could not judge him. They could not reject him. In hindsight, the seeds of darkness were plain to see. His fascination with crime and death, his isolation, his inability to form normal bonds, all pointed to a man drifting towards something deeply unnatural. But at the time, in a small rural community, such warning signs were easily overlooked. Plainfield was not a place that expected horror. It was quiet farmland, a place where everyone knew everyone, and where danger seemed distant. The idea that a man like Ed Gein could harbor such grotesque thoughts was unthinkable, and so, Ed's descent remained hidden. Behind the closed doors of the farmhouse, his fantasies grew bolder. The clipping books filled, the magazines stacked higher. The whispers in his mind, the ideas that once seemed too strange to imagine, began to feel normal. A new world was forming in the shadows of his mind, one where death was not an end, but a beginning. This was the hidden truth of Ed's early adult years. To the world, he was still a quiet, helpful farmhand, the odd local boy who never caused real trouble. But within him, the seeds of darkness had taken root, nourished by isolation, fantasy, and the haunting shadow of his mother's voice. And soon, those seeds would grow into something that no one in Plainfield could have ever imagined. Chapter 4. The Mother's Shadow. Augusta's grip until the end. For most sons, the transition into adulthood brings with it a gradual loosening of maternal bonds. The mother remains important, but her presence shifts as the young man builds a life of his own. For Ed Gein, however, this natural separation never came. His relationship with Augusta was not merely close, it was absolute, total, unrelenting. She was not simply his mother. She was the axis of his universe, the one voice he trusted, the one figure he obeyed without question. That Augusta's grip on Ed was as much spiritual as it was emotional. From the time he was a boy, she had filled his head with sermons about sin, corruption, and the eternal dangers of the world beyond their farmhouse. Her teachings were not delivered with gentle guidance, but with fiery condemnation. Women, she declared, were the root of temptation. Lust was filth, desire was weakness, and those who succumbed to the pleasures of the flesh were condemned to ruin. Ed absorbed these beliefs like scripture, unable to separate moral instruction from maternal love. To displease Augusta was to fail not only in the eyes of a parent, but in the eyes of God. He worshipped her, not in a symbolic sense, but almost literally. She became, in his world, the embodiment of virtue, the one pure being among a population of sinners. Her word was law, her approval the only reward he sought. But Augusta was not a woman free of contradictions. She preached purity, yet her very focus on sin seemed obsessive. She claimed to despise women, yet she lived as one, navigating the same human frailties she condemned in others. To Ed, however, these contradictions did not matter. He did not question her. He could not. His devotion blinded him, wrapping her in an aura of sanctity she neither earned nor deserved. In the eyes of Plainfield's townsfolk, Augusta Gein was harsh, overbearing, and deeply pious. She was known to scold neighbors, lecture acquaintances, and make her disdain for the world loudly known. Few liked her, and even fewer understood her. But Ed saw none of this. To him, her severity was proof of strength, her sternness proof of righteousness. He admired her power, her certainty, her control over the chaos of life. Where others saw a bitter, domineering woman, Ed saw a beacon of clarity. The relationship between mother and son was not one of equals. Ed existed in her shadow, always smaller, always deferential. Even as a man in his 30s, he obeyed her like a child. His life revolved around her routines, her expectations, her moods. If Augusta disapproved of something, Ed abandoned it without hesitation. If she commanded something, he followed without question, his entire being bent toward pleasing her. This intense bond, however, carried a darker undercurrent. For all her warnings against desire, Ed still carried natural human impulses that had no outlet. He could not form normal relationships, for every attempt would be colored by her scorn. He could not speak openly of his longings, for she would see them as sin. So his feelings for Augusta transformed into something complex, something warped, part devotion, part dependence, part unspoken yearning. Psychologists would later describe his attachment as bordering on the Oedipal, a tragic collision of love, repression, and twisted reverence. Henry Gein, Ed's older brother, had seen the danger in this bond. Henry was more independent, more skeptical of their mother's teachings. He lived with her, yes, but he did not worship her. He sometimes spoke critically of her in Ed's presence, pointing out her controlling ways, her bitterness, her unkindness. These remarks troubled Ed deeply. To criticize Augusta was, in his eyes, almost blasphemous. And though Henry's death in 1944 was officially ruled accidental, some have long speculated whether Ed had a hand in it. No evidence ever proved such suspicions, but the timing and circumstances left questions lingering. With Henry gone, Augusta's hold on Ed tightened even further. Now there was no one left to counterbalance her dominance. The household became a closed world of two, mother and son, teacher and disciple. Augusta, already stern and judgmental, grew more ill with age, her health declining, her body betraying her strength. Ed became her caretaker, tending to her needs, devoted to her comfort. He accepted this role willingly, almost joyfully, as though serving her was his highest calling, but the inevitable came. Augusta's health continued to fail, and in the mid-1940s, she suffered a series of strokes that weakened her greatly. Each passing day forced Ed to confront a reality he had long feared. The woman who defined his existence, who shaped his every thought, was mortal. The farm, once alive with her voice, grew quieter as she slipped into frailty. Ed, helpless against time, clung to her with increasing desperation. When she finally passed away in December of 1945, the event shattered Ed's world. He was in his late 30s, but emotionally, he was as dependent as a child. The farmhouse that had once echoed with her stern voice now stood silent. For the first time, Ed was alone, not just in the physical sense, but in the deepest, most terrifying way possible. His anchor, his compass, his sole guiding force, was gone. The grief was not ordinary. Most who lose a parent grieve, but they adapt, finding ways to continue their lives. Ed could not. His world had revolved so entirely around Augusta that her death left him adrift in a void. There were no friends to turn to, no wife or children, no support system. He was utterly alone, with nothing but the farmhouse walls and the fantasies that had grown unchecked in his mind. And so, in the silence of that lonely farm, something within Ed began to unravel. He was no longer the son who lived for his mother's approval. He was a man without purpose, without direction, without boundaries. In the emptiness left behind by Augusta's death, his fantasies would take on new power. They would no longer remain confined to stories, magazines, or the private corners of his imagination. Soon, they would spill into reality. The death of Augusta Gein in 1945 marked the decisive turning point in her son's life. For nearly 4 decades, Ed had lived entirely in her orbit. She had been his teacher, his confessor, his judge, and his sole emotional connection. With her gone, the world should have opened before him. He was in his late 30s, an age when most men were firmly established in careers, raising families, shaping their destinies. But Ed was left with nothing. Nothing but the farm, the silence, and his memories of a woman whose shadow stretched far beyond the grave. In the days after Augusta's passing, Ed's grief was overwhelming. He did not grieve as an ordinary son might, with sorrow tempered by the support of family and community. His mourning was absolute, crushing, and suffused with the panic of a child who has lost his only protector. He had never developed the tools to cope with loss. Augusta had taught him to fear the world and to rely only on her. Without her, he was adrift. Neighbors noticed a change in him almost immediately. The once helpful, if peculiar, handyman seemed quieter, more withdrawn, more detached than ever. He performed his chores mechanically, kept to himself even more rigidly, and began retreating into the farm with increasing frequency. His social interactions, already limited, dwindled to almost nothing. It was as if a curtain had fallen over him, separating him from what little community he once had. Inside the farmhouse, Ed began to construct a world frozen in time. Certain rooms that Augusta had occupied were carefully sealed off, untouched, preserved like shrines. He left them as they were when she was alive, with furniture covered, curtains drawn, dust gathering over sacred spaces that no one else would enter. The living room and the upstairs bedrooms became mausoleums of memory, places where Ed could pretend, in some fragile way, that Augusta's presence lingered. But while some parts of the house became sealed sanctuaries, others fell into disarray. Without Augusta's discipline, Ed let much of the farmhouse rot. Newspapers, magazines, and clutter piled up. The kitchen and back rooms became neglected, grimy, and suffused with an air of decay. The house itself seemed to mirror Ed's mind, part preserved, part ruined, divided between sacred reverence and unrestrained chaos. As the years passed, Ed's isolation deepened, and his grief transformed into obsession. Augusta was no longer just his mother. In his imagination, she became an eternal figure, a symbol of purity and power. He replayed her sermons, remembered her warnings, and clung to her worldview. But he also longed for her physically, not in the way a husband longs for a wife, but in the desperate way a son longs for the comfort of a lost parent. This longing, twisted by repression and loneliness, blurred the lines between love, memory, and fixation. To soothe his grief, Ed began reading more fervently than ever. He devoured pulp stories about death, anatomy, and body snatchers, finding in them echoes of his own inner turmoil. The idea of bringing back the past, of retrieving what was lost, began to take root. In tales of grave robbers and medical experiments, he saw possibilities, not just stories. If others could unearth the dead, if they could hold them again, reshape them, study them, then perhaps he too could find a way to bridge the chasm Augusta had left behind. His isolation meant there was no one to intervene, no one to notice the changes growing within him. To the outside world, he remained the quiet farmhand, the strange but harmless man who sometimes babysat, who fixed machinery, who helped where needed. No one saw the inner life of the farmhouse, or the way Ed's fantasies were solidifying into something darker. In his grief, Ed's feelings toward women also took on new layers of complexity. Augusta had condemned them as sinful, yet in her absence, Ed found himself both repelled and fascinated by them. He could not court them, could not marry, could not even attempt ordinary intimacy. He was too awkward, too ashamed, too bound by Augusta's lessons. Yet the desire remained. It twisted itself into strange forms, fusing with his obsessions with death. If he could not have women in life, perhaps he could find a way to have them in death, still, silent, and beyond judgment. At the same time, Augusta's image remained exalted. She was the archetype of the pure woman, set apart from all others. In his mind, the women he later pursued through grotesque means were not substitutes for her. They were contrasts. They were the sinners, the wicked ones, the women his mother had warned him about. By controlling them, even in death, Ed was reenacting Augusta's sermons. He was punishing them, taming them, reshaping them into something that resembled the purity he associated with his mother. This contradiction, devotion to Augusta and revulsion toward other women, was the heart of Ed's pathology. It created the split that would define his later crimes. Augusta's death had not freed him from her grip, it had intensified it. She became both an idol and an absence, a ghostly influence that haunted every corner of his mind. The farmhouse itself became the physical expression of this haunting. The sealed rooms represented his devotion, his refusal to let her go. The rest of the house, cluttered with decay, represented the collapse of his boundaries, the growing influence of fantasy and obsession. Ed lived in both spaces at once, half shrine, Half ruined by the late 1940s and into the 1950s, Ed had become a ghost himself in Plainfield. He wandered into town for errands, performed odd jobs, but returned always to the farmhouse, where silence and memory consumed him. He was no longer simply odd. He was fading into obscurity, a man no one truly knew. Behind his blank smile and quiet manner lay grief so profound it had begun to transform into something monstrous. What began with the loss of Augusta did not end with mourning. It became the seedbed of all that followed. The grave robbing, the grotesque trophies, the murders. Without her, Ed had no direction, no restraint, no purpose but the one she had imprinted on him. And in his own twisted way, everything he did from then on was an attempt to bring her back, to hold her presence again, even if it meant remaking the world of the dead to suit his fantasies. Chapter 5. The Lonely Farmhouse. A Life Frozen in Time. The Gein farmhouse, set against the flat, windswept landscape of Plainfield, Wisconsin, stood as both a physical structure and a reflection of the man within it. From the outside, it was unremarkable, a weathered, two-story building on a modest stretch of farmland, with peeling paint and sagging beams. But once Augusta was gone, the house transformed from a home into a monument, half shrine and half tomb, where Ed Gein lived in a strange limbo between memory and fantasy. To understand Ed's descent, one must first understand the atmosphere of that farmhouse. It was not merely messy or neglected, it was a fractured environment, frozen in two opposing states. Some rooms remained locked away, preserved exactly as Augusta had left them. The parlor, her bedroom, and certain upstairs spaces were sealed like sacred chambers. Dust accumulated, but Ed would not touch them. The furniture was draped, the curtains drawn, and the silence palpable. These rooms became untouched relics of his mother's life, her ghost preserved in the arrangement of chairs and the smell of old fabric in contrast. The rooms Ed inhabited fell into filth and chaos. Newspapers, magazines, and clippings covered every available surface. Old dishes sat unwashed, scraps of food rotted, and clutter spread like a sickness. The farmhouse reflected Ed's divided mind, one part devoted to his mother's sanctity, the other consumed by decay, loneliness, and obsession. Neighbors occasionally caught glimpses of the farm's decline. When Ed visited town, people noted his shabby clothes, his odd smell, his increasingly distracted gaze. Yet in rural Plainfield, eccentricity was tolerated. Farmers were expected to be rough, solitary, sometimes strange. That Ed was untidy and socially awkward did not alarm anyone. His reputation as a reliable handyman, capable of fixing machinery and doing odd jobs, outweighed the whispers of his odd habits. Inside the house, however, Ed's world was narrowing. Nights were long and silent, broken only by the sound of the wind against the siding or the creak of the old wooden floors. With no one to talk to, Ed drifted deeper into his collection of pulp magazines, crime digests, and anatomy books. These publications, stacked in piles that threatened to topple over, became his companions. They were filled with lurid tales of murders, medical experiments, and grave robbers, stories that did not repel him but fascinated him. In those stories, Ed found both escape and justification. They showed him that his dark curiosities were not unique, that others, fictional or real, had touched the forbidden world of the dead. He studied them, memorized details, and let them shape his imagination. Slowly, the farmhouse itself became a canvas upon which those fantasies would eventually be acted out. Yet in the years immediately following Augusta's death, Ed still maintained a thin thread of normalcy. He continued to work odd jobs for neighbors, fix fences, shovel snow, and help with chores. He was known to be trustworthy in simple matters, polite, soft-spoken, almost harmless. Parents let him babysit their children, comforted by his gentle demeanor. In town, he was seen as strange but ultimately safe, the kind of man people pitied more than feared. This perception allowed Ed to live undisturbed. His isolation went unnoticed, his inner life unquestioned. He moved between two worlds, the plain, rural community of Plainfield and the private kingdom of the farmhouse, where silence and fantasy ruled. Few could imagine that beneath his vacant smile and awkward laugh, he was descending into obsessions that blurred the boundary between life and death. The farmhouse became more than a place to live. It became his cocoon. Its walls held his secrets. Its rooms shaped his habits. Its silence amplified his loneliness. He began to spend less and less time outside it, venturing into town only when necessary. Nights were consumed by reading, clipping, and imagining. In that solitude, his grief for Augusta mutated into something grotesque, a longing not just for her presence, but for her physicality, her permanence. This longing fueled his fascination with the dead. The farmhouse was filled not just with magazines, but with his growing collection of tools, books on anatomy, and makeshift items that hinted at his darker interests. He began to imagine the house as a place where the line between the living and the dead could be crossed, where he could rebuild what he had lost. But outwardly, Ed maintained the facade of a shy farmhand. He visited neighbors, shared awkward conversations, even laughed in his peculiar way. If anyone found him unsettling, they dismissed it as eccentricity. No one suspected that behind the peeling walls of the Gein farmhouse, a man was building a world that defied the natural order, one shaped by grief, obsession, and silence. It was within this lonely farmhouse, frozen between reverence and ruin, that Ed's transformation accelerated. With each passing year, he drifted further from the real world, retreating into fantasies fed by pulp magazines and the memory of Augusta. The house itself, half shrine and half wasteland, mirrored the duality of his mind. A man devoted to his mother's purity, yet consumed by impulses she would have damned. The stage was being set. The farmhouse, that ordinary structure in the fields of Wisconsin, was quietly becoming one of the most infamous houses in American history. But at this point, no one could see it. To Plainfield, it was just the Gein place, old and lonely, home to the strange farmhand. To Ed, it was the only world that mattered. As the years wore on, the Gein farmhouse grew increasingly alien. What had once been a home, with ordinary rooms and simple domestic clutter, became a place suspended in time, a shrine to memory and a playground for obsession. Ed's world had shrunk to the farmhouse and the surrounding fields. Even when he ventured into Plainfield for supplies or to perform odd jobs, the pull of the house, the silence of its rooms, and the memories of his mother drew him back with irresistible force. Inside, the environment reflected the duality of his psyche. The upstairs rooms where Augusta had spent her final years were left untouched, almost sacred. Their stillness was oppressive, filled with the echo of her presence. Covered furniture, dust-laden curtains, and the faint smell of old fabric preserved her memory, as if time itself had decided to stand still. To Ed, these rooms were more than memorials. They were anchors. They were proof that she had existed, that her influence had not vanished, and that her guidance could still shape his life. In the rest of the house, chaos reigned. Ed allowed neglect and decay to dominate. Papers, magazines, and clippings, many featuring grisly murders, anatomical illustrations, and lurid tales of death, accumulated in piles that reached from floor to ceiling. He began to tinker with tools, fashioning implements that would later be discovered by authorities in their macabre form. The house, half preserved and half fallen into ruin, mirrored Ed's mind. Disciplined memory on one side, unrestrained obsession on the other. Loneliness was not merely emotional, it was structural. The farm was isolated, surrounded by miles of flat Wisconsin countryside, where the wind carried the occasional sound of a passing car, but little else. The physical isolation allowed Ed's fantasies to grow unchecked. He read, he imagined, he planned. Without supervision, without social accountability, there was no barrier between thought and desire. The house became a laboratory for his imagination, a place where he could rehearse, experiment, and, eventually, act on impulses that society would later find horrifying. Ed's fascination with corpses began to move from the abstract into the practical. He started to study the human body with a growing intensity, poring over medical texts and anatomy manuals. It was not enough to read about death. He needed to understand it, to manipulate it, to bring elements of it into his world. The preservation of his mother's rooms may have been an act of devotion, but the chaos in the rest of the house was fertile ground for experimentation. The walls, cluttered and closed in, seemed to echo his thoughts, each creaking floorboard a companion in his solitude. Despite this descent into obsession, Ed maintained his outward facade. Neighbors continued to view him as the strange but harmless farmhand. He remained soft-spoken, polite, and even helpful. Parents still trusted him to look after children. Townspeople dismissed the faint odors, the ragged clothing, and his peculiar behaviors as eccentricity, a harmless quirk of a man who had never left the farm. No one suspected that behind the peeling wallpaper and the dusty windows, Ed was preparing a world of death, silence, and obsession that no one could yet imagine. In many ways, the farmhouse itself became an extension of Ed's psyche. Its duality reflected his mind. The preserved rooms, honoring Augusta, embodied devotion, control, and ritual. The decaying spaces, cluttered and chaotic, embodied unrestrained fantasy, obsession, and eventual madness. Each day he spent inside its walls pulled him further from reality, shaping him into a man for whom the outside world had little meaning. One of the most chilling aspects of this period was the way Ed's isolation and grief twisted his understanding of morality. Augusta had instilled in him a rigid sense of sin and virtue. Women were temptresses, lust was a moral failing, and death was both feared and sacred. Without her alive to guide or control him, Ed's mind began to reinterpret these rules in grotesque ways. Desire, once condemned by Augusta, was now projected onto the dead, onto objects, onto fantasies he could control completely. In his imagination, he could recreate a world where women would obey, where no one would reject him, where he could merge devotion, desire, and death into one reality. Even as his fantasies deepened, Ed remained meticulous in certain routines. He continued to maintain the farm to a functional degree, fed the animals, tended to the land, and occasionally repaired tools for neighbors. This small veneer of normalcy allowed him to remain invisible. People thought of him as odd, yes, but not dangerous. The duality of Ed's life, the ordinary farmhand and the obsessive recluse, became a crucial part of his survival, letting him operate within the community while slowly transforming the farmhouse into a private kingdom of horror. Over time, the farmhouse was no longer just a backdrop for his life. It became the stage upon which he would eventually act out his darkest impulses. Every pile of clippings, every neglected room, every preserved piece of his mother's memory contributed to a mental and physical environment that blurred reality and imagination. The walls absorbed his obsession, the floors echoed his solitude, and the silence of the house amplified his descent. By the mid-1950s, Ed Gein's farmhouse had ceased to be simply a place to live. It had become a world in itself, complete with rituals, obsessions, and preparations that no one in Plainfield could comprehend. For outsiders, it remained the strange old house on the edge of town. For Ed, it was a kingdom of memory, fantasy, and an emerging compulsion that would soon manifest in ways both horrific and legendary. The lonely farmhouse, frozen in time and duality, was the crucible in which the Plainfield Ghoul was forged. Within those walls, the remnants of Augusta's influence merged with Ed's isolation, his grief, and his fascination with death, laying the foundation for a darkness that would not remain contained. Chapter 6: Obsession with Death, Grave Robbing, and the First Transgressions. By the early 1950s, Ed Gein's relationship with death had evolved from morbid curiosity into active obsession. The isolation of the Plainfield farmhouse, coupled with the suffocating grief left by his mother's passing, created a psychological pressure cooker in which his fascination with corpses could flourish. To most people, death was a distant reality, a natural process accompanied by mourning and closure. For Ed, death was not an end. It was a gateway, a source of mystery and control that could be manipulated, studied, and ultimately possessed. The catalyst for his transition from thought to action was the local cemetery. Ed had always been familiar with the burial grounds near Plainfield, a quiet patch of land where the dead were laid to rest beneath neat rows of headstones. The cemetery was not crowded, and it offered a solitude that mirrored the seclusion of the farmhouse. In its silence, among the tombstones, Ed found a new form of intimacy, one that the living could never provide. His earliest forays were subtle. Under the cover of night, he would wander through the cemetery, observing the graves, memorizing their locations, and studying the markers. The act of walking among the dead was both thrilling and comforting. Each gravestone represented a story, a life cut short, a mystery waiting to be unraveled. For Ed, this was not mere morbid curiosity. It was research, preparation, and the enactment of rituals that had long simmered in his imagination. The first grave he exhumed was chosen carefully. It belonged to a recently buried woman, someone unknown to him personally, but whose death had been documented in town records. Ed's approach was methodical. He did not act impulsively. He studied the grave, noted its location, and returned night after night until he felt confident that he could proceed without interruption. His movements were deliberate, precise, almost ceremonial. This was not a casual crime. It was an experiment, a test of boundaries between life and death, control and chaos. When he finally dug, Ed treated the act with a meticulous reverence. The soil was soft under his hands, the earth smelling of decay and moisture. He handled the corpse as though it were an object of study, examining the form, noting the textures, and testing the limits of his fascination. It was an act of power, yes, but also of curiosity. He was learning, absorbing, and, in his twisted mind, honoring the dead in a way that only he could comprehend. These excursions into the cemetery did not stop at observation. Ed began removing items from the graves, bones, clothing, even skulls, returning to the farmhouse with these trophies. Each item was cataloged in his mind, stored carefully, and later incorporated into rituals or experiments. The farmhouse, already a dual realm of preservation and decay, began to fill with evidence of his clandestine activities. Tools, storage containers, and spaces once used for ordinary domestic life were now repurposed for his obsession with death. Neighbors remained oblivious. In the daytime, Ed performed his chores, visited town for supplies, and continued his outwardly harmless persona. The contrast between the friendly, awkward farmhand and the man who desecrated graves at night was stark. This duality allowed him to evade suspicion for years, leaving the physical evidence of his obsession hidden behind the walls of the farmhouse. Psychologically, grave robbing satisfied several of Ed's needs simultaneously. It allowed him to reconnect with the dead, a substitute for the presence of Augusta. It gave him a sense of control over the fragile boundary between life and death, which had always fascinated him. And, perhaps most disturbingly, it offered a distorted form of intimacy. In the bodies he exhumed, Ed found a way to express feelings that were forbidden in life, desires that had been suppressed by his mother's teachings, and fantasies that could never exist among the living. Over time, these transgressions became more structured. Ed developed routines for selecting graves, digging, and transporting the remains. He began to focus on recently buried women, particularly those who reminded him, in some abstract way, of the purity he associated with his mother. These choices were not random. They reflected the twisted logic of his mind, where devotion, obsession, and desire intersected in grotesque ways. In addition to the physical acts, Ed's imagination grew increasingly vivid. He envisioned rituals, constructed mental scenarios of transforming the dead, and experimented with ideas that combined anatomical study, religious symbolism, and personal fantasy. The farmhouse became the laboratory for these thoughts, the cemetery the source of raw material. Together, they enabled a cycle of obsession in which Ed could retreat from the living world while immersing himself in a private universe of his own design. The first grave robberies were, in many ways, rehearsals. They allowed Ed to test his impulses, refine his techniques, and confront the limits of social taboos. They were terrifying, not only to modern readers, but to anyone attempting to imagine life in the 1950s, when the concept of someone disturbing graves in rural Wisconsin would have seemed almost impossible. Yet Ed was meticulous, patient, and disciplined, qualities that made him effective and, tragically, allowed him to avoid detection for years. His obsession with death did not remain confined to graves alone. The act of desecrating the dead began to merge with his fascination for materials and objects associated with the body. Bones were cleaned, stored, and sometimes crafted into unusual artifacts. Skulls, in particular, held a strange allure. Each became a study, a trophy, and an element in the complex, private mythology Ed was creating within the farmhouse. These early transgressions were the foundation upon which his later, more notorious activities would be built. By the mid-1950s, Ed's behavior had solidified into a secret pattern. The living world was distant and unappealing. The dead were fascinating and controllable, and the farmhouse was both sanctuary and workshop. In his mind, he was not committing crimes. He was participating in rituals of learning, devotion, and transformation. Yet the seeds of horror were firmly planted. The first transgressions were only the beginning. As Ed Gein's excursions into the cemetery became more frequent, his fascination with the dead transformed from passive curiosity into active manipulation. What began as exhuming bodies to study them quietly evolved into an urge to take parts of them back to the farmhouse, to dissect, examine, and eventually repurpose. Each night in the cemetery became a ritual, a performance in which Ed assumed complete control over the fragile boundary between life and death. The bodies he removed were treated with a meticulous, almost obsessive care. Ed did not desecrate for amusement or cruelty. His acts were guided by a strange mixture of reverence and experimentation. He would examine the flesh, note the textures, and study the structures of the human form with the precision of someone deeply invested in anatomy. Bones were cleaned, organs observed, and skin handled as if it were material for study. In his mind, these actions were educational, perhaps even spiritual, a way to engage with mortality that life had otherwise denied him. The farmhouse began to reflect these obsessions. Spaces that once served as mundane domestic areas were now transformed into laboratories for Ed's grim pursuits. Drawers and closets stored bone fragments, skulls, and various objects he had exhumed. Tables became workbenches, lined with tools for dissection, cleaning, and preservation. Newspapers were used to wrap and protect the remains, while shelves and hidden compartments were arranged to hold his growing collection. The house, already a dual world of preserved rooms and chaotic spaces, now became the stage for acts that would later horrify investigators. Ed's interest in creating objects from human remains started small. At first, he focused on the practical, studying shapes, textures, and structures. But gradually, his acts took on a macabre creativity. Skulls became containers, bones were fashioned into tools or ornaments, and strips of skin were treated as materials for clothing and decoration. The dead were no longer simply objects of study. They were raw material for a fantasy in which Ed could assert complete control over mortality. The psychological implications of these acts are profound. For Ed, working with corpses was not simply a way to explore death. It was a method of coping with loss, a way to recreate his mother's presence, and an attempt to impose order on the chaos of life. In his mind, each piece he took, each object he crafted, was a bridge to Augusta, a fragment of the past made tangible. The desire to connect with her, even symbolically, overrode conventional morality, creating a private logic that justified acts society would find abhorrent. Neighbors and townsfolk remained unaware. Ed maintained his public persona carefully. He continued his routine chores, visited town occasionally, and presented himself as a shy, harmless farmhand. To the outside world, the farmhouse was simply untidy and strange, not a laboratory of obsession and death. This dual existence, the polite man versus the secret manipulator of corpses, allowed him to operate under the radar for years, deepening both his isolation and his capacity for transgression. Ed's grave robbing also had a ritualistic component. He was meticulous in selecting graves, mostly those of recently deceased women whose bodies he could transport without interference. He worked at night, always ensuring that his movements were precise and deliberate. The act itself was both thrilling and comforting. He was not merely stealing from the dead. He was reclaiming, reshaping, and asserting control over what life had denied him. Each excursion became a combination of research, devotion, and fantasy. Over time, Ed's practices grew more elaborate. He would remove entire bodies from shallow graves, returning to the farmhouse to dissect, observe, and preserve. Skulls were cleaned and sometimes painted or modified. Bones were arranged in curious configurations, and skin was treated as material for garments. He was not content with passive observation. He sought to transform the dead into objects that could exist permanently in his world, reshaping mortality into something he could manipulate. This period also reveals the twisted logic that governed Ed's mind. Augusta's teachings had condemned the living as sinful, but death offered him a chance to enact her vision without fear of judgment. In corpses, women could no longer tempt, reject, or disappoint him. In their silence, Ed could construct the reality he longed for, a world in which he alone determined the boundaries between purity and sin, life and death. The dead became both his canvas and his companions, fulfilling needs that the living world had rendered impossible. By the mid-1950s, Ed's behaviors had fully transitioned from fantasy into action. The farmhouse was no longer simply a residence. It had become a workshop, a laboratory, and a shrine all at once. Each object he crafted, each grave he exhumed, was part of a larger, private mythology he was building, a mythology that merged devotion to his mother, obsession with death, and a need to assert control over life itself. These early transgressions set the stage for what would later make Ed Gein infamous. Grave robbing was only the beginning. It taught him that boundaries could be bent, that society's rules could be evaded, and that the dead could be manipulated in ways the living could never imagine. It was an education in both anatomy and psychology, a rehearsal for acts that would eventually escalate into murder, trophy-making, and the creation of a house filled with horrors unseen anywhere else in America. Ed's first transgressions were a harbinger of the grotesque path he would continue to follow. They reveal a man caught between grief and obsession, devotion and desire, reality and fantasy. The cemetery was his classroom, the farmhouse his laboratory, and death his constant companion. In those quiet nights, as he moved among the graves and returned to his lonely home, Ed Gein was quietly transforming into the figure history would later know as the Plainfield Ghoul. Chapter 7: The Escalation, Crafting Macabre Trophies and the Birth of Infamy. Part 1. By the mid-1950s, Ed Gein's activities had escalated beyond the mere act of exhuming bodies. His fascination with death had matured into a grim artistry, one in which corpses were transformed into objects, garments, and symbols that reflected both his grief and his warped sense of control. The farmhouse, already a dual space of decay and reverence, became a workshop of obsession, each room a testament to the dark imagination of the man who inhabited it. What drove Ed's escalation was not impulse alone, but a methodical compulsion rooted in loss, isolation, and obsession. Augusta's death had left a void that nothing in life could fill, and over time, the dead became substitutes, vessels upon which he could project longing, desire, and devotion. The transformation of bodies into artifacts, once merely conceptual, now took on practical expression. Skin, bones, and other body parts were repurposed in ways that were both grotesque and highly calculated. One of the earliest and most infamous manifestations of this behavior was the creation of garments from human skin. Ed would remove flesh in carefully measured strips, tanning it using chemicals and rudimentary techniques. These strips were then fashioned into items of clothing, including masks, gloves, and even bodices. In his mind, these garments were more than mere curiosities. They were a way to embody the dead, to step into their forms, and to assert control over mortality itself. Wearing such items, he could symbolically merge with the women his mother had condemned, a dark ritual of both reverence and defiance. Bones were another focus of Ed's obsessive creativity. Skulls were cleaned, sometimes polished, and occasionally carved or modified. Long bones were shaped into tools, ornaments, or structural elements within the farmhouse. Every item was imbued with meaning, part of a growing personal mythology that fused death, devotion, and distorted sexual desire. To Ed, the dead were not inert. They were collaborators, participants in a world that existed solely within the walls of his home. His fascination with the dead also extended to domestic objects. Chairs, tables, and various furnishings were modified with human bones and skin, transforming ordinary household items into symbols of his obsession. These creations were simultaneously functional and symbolic, allowing him to live surrounded by the dead while maintaining the semblance of a working home. The juxtaposition of everyday life with grotesque artifacts highlights the extent to which Ed's world had diverged from reality, a private universe in which horror and routine coexisted seamlessly. Ed's behavior was meticulous. Unlike impulsive criminals, he was careful in his selection of corpses and in the construction of his artifacts. He targeted recently deceased women from the local cemetery, often choosing those whose bodies could be moved and handled without interference. Once back at the farmhouse, each corpse was treated as a study, an experiment, and ultimately a medium for transformation. He worked slowly, deliberately, ensuring that nothing was wasted and that each element served a purpose within his twisted system. The psychological underpinnings of these acts are striking. On one level, Ed was enacting his grief, projecting his longing for Augusta onto the dead. On another, he was exploring forbidden desires that had been repressed by decades of maternal domination and moral indoctrination. In corpses, he could explore sexuality, dominance, and ritual without fear of judgment or rejection. Death, in his mind, was a domain in which he could achieve mastery, a realm where his fantasies could be enacted fully and unopposed. It was during this period that Ed began to fully embrace his identity as the caretaker of the dead. He did not see himself as a criminal or a predator. He saw himself as a curator, a preserver, and an artist. The farmhouse became a gallery, a temple, and a laboratory, each room reflecting different facets of his obsession. Living spaces were cluttered with artifacts, while preserved rooms remained untouched, honoring the mother whose influence had shaped every aspect of his existence. Even as his activities became more grotesque, Ed maintained the appearance of normalcy outside the farmhouse. Neighbors saw only the awkward, shy farmhand, unaware of the labyrinthine horrors hidden within. This duality allowed him to operate undisturbed for years, refining his methods and deepening his obsessions without fear of interference. His careful management of public perception was as integral to his life as the rituals he performed in private. During this period, Ed also developed a growing interest in what might be described as symbolic resurrection. By wearing the skin of the dead, by crafting objects from their remains, he could simulate intimacy, embody his obsessions, and recreate relationships that were impossible in the living world. These rituals were not random. They were deeply structured, with a logic that combined devotion, grief, and fantasy. In essence, he was building a personal mythology in which he could exist simultaneously with the dead and in defiance of life itself. The escalation of Ed's behavior was inevitable given the psychological pressures of isolation, grief, and obsession. Each act built upon the last, creating a feedback loop that intensified both his compulsion and his skill. Grave robbing was no longer sufficient. Corpses were now materials, symbols, and companions, integrated into a domestic environment that had become a theater for his fantasies. In the quiet of the farmhouse, surrounded by the artifacts of his obsession, Ed Gein was quietly constructing the macabre identity that would later shock the world and inspire countless works of horror fiction. By the late 1950s, Ed's farmhouse was fully transformed. It was no longer merely a home. It was a shrine, a workshop, and a grotesque reflection of the man himself. The boundaries between life and death, fantasy and reality, devotion and obsession had dissolved. In this house, Ed Gein had become both creator and curator, caretaker and manipulator, an invisible force shaping the environment to match the dark contours of his mind. By the late 1950s, Ed Gein's activities had moved beyond the realm of grave robbing and the crafting of macabre objects. The rituals he performed in the quiet of his farmhouse had become more elaborate, more daring, and more dangerous. The line between fascination and transgression, between fantasy and action, had blurred irreversibly. Ed's obsession, fueled by isolation and decades of maternal domination, had reached a point where it no longer remained contained within the shadows of memory or the confines of the cemetery. While his earlier acts involved bodies that were already dead, the transition to violent crime was subtle at first, almost imperceptible. Ed's fascination with women, their form, their presence, their connection to the purity Augusta had idealized, began to combine with his obsession with mortality. He was no longer content merely to study the dead. He sought to exert control over life itself, to enact rituals that would allow him to recreate the experiences he had lost when his mother died. The first documented murder associated with Ed Gein occurred in the mid-1950s, though some experts speculate there may have been earlier, undocumented victims. Mary Hogan, a local tavern owner, disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Evidence later suggested that Ed had lured her to the farmhouse, though the exact details remain unclear. It was an escalation of behavior, taking life rather than merely disturbing death, and it marked a turning point in his trajectory. The act itself reflected the same meticulous, ritualistic approach he had shown with grave robbing. Careful planning, selection of the victim, and attention to the circumstances to avoid detection. Following Mary Hogan, Ed's obsession intensified. The bodies he acquired were no longer mere objects for study. They became materials for his macabre artistry. Skulls were fashioned into masks, skin into clothing, and bones into household items. Every action had meaning, every object a purpose. His rituals were both homage and perversion, a way of connecting with the purity of his mother while simultaneously exploring forbidden desires that had been suppressed for decades. The farmhouse, already transformed into a shrine and laboratory, now became the repository of evidence that would later shock investigators and the public alike. Rooms filled with grotesque artifacts, each one meticulously arranged, served as a testament to Ed's dual identity. To the outside world, he remained the quiet, awkward farmhand. Inside, he was a creator of horrors, a manipulator of mortality, and an architect of a private mythology that intertwined grief, obsession, and violence. Ed's crimes were not impulsive in the traditional sense. He displayed remarkable patience and cunning, traits that allowed him to avoid detection for years. He observed routines, studied potential victims, and maintained the outward appearance of normalcy. This duality, ordinary man by day, orchestrator of terror in secret, made his eventual capture all the more shocking. Neighbors could not reconcile the friendly, awkward man they knew with the grotesque reality hidden within the farmhouse walls. Psychologically, Ed's escalation can be traced to the interplay between grief and fantasy. The death of Augusta had left a void that nothing in life could fill. His obsession with corpses had allowed him to simulate her presence, but over time, the fantasy required more extreme expressions. To maintain control, to feel power, to embody his desires and grief simultaneously, Ed moved from manipulating the dead to targeting the living. This progression was terrifyingly logical within the confines of his isolated world. The notoriety of Ed Gein would eventually explode in the late 1950s and early 1960s, when authorities discovered the extent of his crimes. Investigators were confronted with scenes that defied imagination. Human remains repurposed into furniture, clothing, and household items, skulls mounted as decorations, skin stretched into masks, and bones arranged into macabre displays. The farmhouse itself became infamous, not only for the crimes committed within, but for the complete immersion of Ed's personality into the environment. It was both a home and a stage for his obsessions. The case of Ed Gein had broader cultural repercussions as well. His crimes became a source of fascination and horror for the public, inspiring numerous works of fiction and influencing the creation of iconic horror characters. But at the time, the reality of his life was almost incomprehensible to those who encountered him. He was not a psychopath in the cinematic sense. He was an isolated man whose obsessions had metastasized over decades of grief, fear, and maternal control. His violence was the culmination of a lifetime of repression and ritualistic behavior, a natural extension of the world he had built within the walls of his farmhouse. Ed's methods also revealed the meticulous nature of his compulsion. Each murder, each ritual, each artifact was carefully planned, executed, and incorporated into his environment. There was an artistry to his horror, a logic that made his actions simultaneously terrifying and compelling. The farmhouse, a silent witness to decades of obsession, preserved the history of his transformation from grieving son to infamous criminal. Ultimately, Ed Gein's escalation was both predictable and shocking. Predictable because his isolation, obsession, and devotion to the memory of his mother created a fertile ground for increasingly extreme behavior. Shocking because the extent of his actions, the creation of grotesque trophies, the murder of women, and the manipulation of the dead exceeded anything the small town of Plainfield could have imagined. His life became a cautionary tale, illustrating how grief and obsession, left unchecked, can culminate in acts of unimaginable horror. By the time authorities intervened, the culmination of decades of compulsion had turned Ed Gein into a figure that would resonate far beyond his rural Wisconsin home. His crimes, while rooted in personal pathology, captured the imagination of a nation and, eventually, the world. The macabre artifacts, the desecrated bodies, and the meticulous rituals were the final expressions of a life consumed entirely by obsession, grief, and the shadow of a mother whose influence never waned, even in death. Chapter 8. The investigation unfolds. Discovery, shock, and public horror. The tranquility of Plainfield, Wisconsin, a small rural community accustomed to quiet lives and ordinary routines, was shattered in the winter of 1957. What began as a routine investigation into a missing local woman quickly escalated into one of the most disturbing and sensational criminal cases in American history. The name Ed Gein, once synonymous with shyness, eccentricity, and grief, would soon become legendary, a symbol of obsession, horror, and the darkest recesses of the human psyche. Authorities were initially drawn to Ed not because he was suspected of murder, but because he had been associated with Mary Hogan, a local tavern owner who had vanished without explanation. Hogan's disappearance prompted a careful, methodical investigation by law enforcement. But in the small, interconnected world of Plainfield, missing persons cases often followed predictable patterns. The authorities suspected robbery, an accident, or a possible family dispute. What they did not anticipate was that the trail would lead directly to a farmhouse steeped in decades of grief, secrecy, and grotesque obsession. When law enforcement first approached the Gein property, Ed's outward persona seemed unchanged. He was still the awkward, quiet farmhand, polite but evasive, providing answers that were careful, measured, and limited. To the casual observer, nothing about him seemed capable of the grotesque acts that lay hidden behind the walls of his home. But the officers were drawn to subtle cues: the isolation of the farm, the rumors from neighbors, and the peculiarities noted over years of passing interactions. Something about the property, something about Ed himself invited further scrutiny. Inside the farmhouse, the investigators would soon encounter a scene that defied imagination. Rooms preserved in memory of Augusta Gein stood alongside spaces of unimaginable decay and horror. Dusty, untouched furniture contrasted sharply with cluttered work areas filled with tools, newspapers, and mysterious artifacts. It was immediately apparent that this was no ordinary home. It was a private universe, a world meticulously curated by a man whose obsessions had grown unchecked for decades. The discoveries inside the Gein farmhouse were horrifying. Human remains were found arranged in ways that blurred the line between utility, artistry, and ritual. Skulls had been mounted and polished, bones fashioned into tools and implements, and skin transformed into garments, masks, and coverings. The level of organization suggested methodical planning, not impulsive chaos. Each object, each arrangement, told a story of a man who had meticulously rehearsed and executed his obsessions for years, undetected. The public reaction to the unfolding investigation was immediate and visceral. Newspapers and radio stations circulated stories of the horrors found in Plainfield, blending shock, curiosity, and fascination. Ed Gein became a national sensation, a figure simultaneously pitted for his isolation and reviled for his actions. The case captivated imaginations, in part because it combined elements of the grotesque with the deeply human. The psychology of grief, obsession, and maternal influence that had defined Ed's life long before his crimes escalated. Law enforcement, initially focused on solving a missing persons case, now faced a complex and unprecedented situation. The sheer scope of Ed's activities, grave robbing, crafting macabre trophies, and the evidence suggesting violent acts, required a careful, almost surgical approach. Officers documented the scene meticulously, preserving evidence that would later be central to legal proceedings and public understanding of the case. Every room, every artifact, and every detail became part of a narrative that illustrated not just the crimes themselves, but the psychological evolution of a man driven to extremes by grief and obsession. Ed's own demeanor during the investigation was remarkably calm. He offered no dramatic confessions or outbursts. Instead, he answered questions in a flat, matter-of-fact tone, displaying a chilling detachment from the enormity of what had been discovered. To him, the farmhouse and its contents were natural extensions of his life and imagination. The horror perceived by others was, in Ed's mind, ordinary, mundane, and justified. His calmness underscored the gap between his perception of reality and that of the wider community, a gap that had allowed him to operate in secrecy for so long. One of the most unsettling aspects of the investigation was the realization that Ed's obsession had not developed suddenly. The artifacts, the arrangements, and the evidence of ritual indicated decades of systematic behavior. Grave robbing, once a private act of curiosity, had evolved into a complex set of rituals that combined grief, fantasy, and manipulation of the dead. Each element in the house was a testament to years of planning, an obsessive chronicle of the mind of a man who had lived almost entirely apart from the constraints of social norms. The discovery of human remains transformed public perception of Ed Gein. No longer could he be seen as merely eccentric or socially awkward. The depth of his obsession, the meticulous nature of his crimes, and the grotesque artistry of his artifacts created a portrait of a man who had become a figure of both horror and fascination. Plainfield, once a quiet farming community, had been exposed to the unimaginable, a man whose life, grief, and obsessions had manifested into acts that defied comprehension. As the investigation continued, Authorities pieced together the timeline of Ed's descent from grief-stricken son to infamous criminal. Grave robbing had begun in the 1950s, escalating gradually into the creation of macabre objects and, ultimately, violent transgressions. The farmhouse itself was the key to understanding this progression, each room and artifact serving as a tangible record of his psychological evolution. The case was no longer just about a missing woman. It was a window into the mind of the Plainfield Ghoul, a study in obsession, isolation, and the consequences of unchecked grief. The shock and horror that gripped the public was amplified by the realization that Ed Gein had lived undetected for years. His dual existence, as the awkward, polite farmhand and the orchestrator of grotesque rituals, challenged assumptions about criminality, mental illness, and the limits of human obsession. The investigation revealed not only the acts themselves, but the complex interplay of psychological, social, and environmental factors that had allowed them to occur, creating a story as compelling as it was horrifying. When law enforcement fully entered the Gein farmhouse, they were confronted with a reality that challenged comprehension. The home of Ed Gein, a seemingly timid and socially awkward man, had been transformed into a theater of obsession and horror. Rooms that had been preserved in memory of Augusta Gein sat beside areas of grotesque activity. Dust-covered furniture and draped curtains coexisted with tables lined with bone fragments, tanned skin, and crude instruments of dissection. It was immediately apparent that this was not a crime of impulse, but a decades-long chronicle of obsession and ritual. The discoveries were methodical and meticulously documented. Skulls were arranged on shelves, some polished, and others marked in ways that suggested symbolic intent. Long bones had been carved and fashioned into household implements, ranging from hammer-like tools to decorative objects that blurred the line between functionality and art. Strips of tanned human skin had been transformed into masks, gloves, and other garments, each item displaying a meticulous level of craftsmanship that simultaneously horrified and fascinated investigators. The farmhouse revealed the breadth of Ed's obsession. Every corner contained evidence of his fascination with mortality and his desire to control it. Drawers, closets, and hidden compartments were repurposed to store human remains and associated materials. Newspapers and magazines, many containing lurid accounts of murder or crime, were found alongside anatomical texts, suggesting a mind both methodical and morbidly curious. The house itself had become an extension of Ed's psyche, a dual reality in which grief, devotion, and obsession coexisted with grotesque creativity. Perhaps most unsettling was the realization that Ed had lived within this environment for years without detection. Neighbors had glimpsed a strange, awkward man, but none could have imagined the horrors that lay hidden behind the farmhouse walls. Ed's careful maintenance of his public persona, coupled with the physical isolation of his property, had allowed him to operate unobserved. The duality of his existence, ordinary farmhand by day, orchestrator of macabre rituals by night, underscored the depth of his psychological complexity. Investigators were struck by the ritualistic nature of Ed's activities. The arrangement of bones, the construction of garments from human skin, and the placement of skulls suggested patterns, rules, and symbolic meaning. These were not random acts of desecration. They were structured behaviors that reflected a deeply ingrained system of beliefs and desires. In essence, the farmhouse was both a shrine and a laboratory, a place where Ed's obsessions could manifest fully and without interference. Public reaction to the discoveries was intense. Newspapers across the country reported on the findings with a mix of horror and fascination. The moniker Plainfield Ghoul quickly emerged, encapsulating the macabre reality of Ed Gein's life. For many, the case was the first real exposure to the idea that an ordinary, seemingly harmless individual could live entirely among the symbols of death, shaping them into a private mythology that ultimately spilled over into crime. The nation was captivated by the intersection of psychology, horror, and rural isolation embodied in the Gein farmhouse. Inside the home, the investigators also noted Ed's devotion to his mother, which remained evident even amidst the grotesque artifacts. Rooms preserved in her memory, untouched by decay or intrusion, demonstrated the intensity of his filial attachment. In his mind, the preservation of Augusta's presence justified many of his actions, creating a distorted moral framework in which grief and obsession were intertwined with ritualistic behavior. The contrast between these preserved spaces and the chaotic, macabre rooms only heightened the sense of duality that defined Ed's existence. The farmhouse also revealed the evolution of Ed's obsession from passive fascination to active creation. While earlier acts involved grave robbing and observation, the construction of objects from human remains represented a more assertive form of engagement with death. In crafting masks, garments, and furniture, Ed exercised control over mortality, imposing order on the chaos of life and death. These acts were deeply personal, simultaneously expressive, ritualistic, and horrifying to the outside world. Investigators and forensic experts noted the meticulousness of Ed's work. Tanning human skin, cleaning bones, and creating functional or symbolic artifacts required patience, skill, and a methodical approach. The level of planning and execution suggested that Ed's crimes were not purely impulsive, but part of a long-standing compulsion reinforced by isolation, grief, and the rigid moral codes imposed by his mother. The farmhouse itself became a map of his psychological state, each artifact and arrangement providing insight into his obsessions, fantasies, and compulsions. The nationwide attention generated by the case highlighted not only the horror of Ed Gein's actions, but also the complex psychological forces underlying them. Experts and journalists speculated about his mental state, the influence of maternal control, and the role of isolation in shaping such extreme behavior. The story became both a cautionary tale and a source of macabre fascination, demonstrating the dangerous potential of unmoderated obsession and the extremes of human psychology. The farmhouse remained the central symbol of Ed Gein's life and crimes. It was at once a shrine to memory, a laboratory for obsession, and a stage for transgression. Its discovery revealed the full scope of his behavior, from grave robbing to the creation of grotesque artifacts, and offered a chilling glimpse into the mind of the Plainfield Ghoul. The house itself, silent witness to decades of secrecy and compulsion, became an enduring emblem of horror, obsession, and the thin line between grief and madness. By the end of the investigation, it was clear that Ed Gein's life had been defined by the convergence of isolation, maternal influence, and an unrestrained fascination with death. The farmhouse, meticulously arranged yet grotesque, stood as a testament to the extremity of his obsessions, and the nation watched in a mixture of horror, disbelief, and morbid curiosity. The discovery would not only cement his infamy, but also leave an indelible mark on American culture, inspiring countless works of fiction and shaping public perceptions of criminal psychology for decades to come. Chapter 9. The trial begins. Confronting the Plainfield Ghoul in court, the moment Ed Gein was formally charged, the quiet town of Plainfield, Wisconsin, transformed from a place of rural routine into the epicenter of national attention. For years, the town had regarded him as the awkward, lonely farmhand, a man whose grief and eccentricity kept him isolated but harmless. Now, under the harsh lights of legal scrutiny, Ed Gein's life of secrecy, obsession, and horror would be examined in painstaking detail, exposing a reality that few could have imagined. The trial, set against a backdrop of nationwide fascination, became as much a spectacle of psychological intrigue as it was a legal proceeding. Journalists from across the country descended on Plainfield, eager to uncover every detail of the case. Reporters meticulously documented the grisly discoveries at the Gein farmhouse, the testimonies of neighbors and acquaintances, and the careful reconstruction of events that led to the unraveling of the Plainfield Ghoul's private world. For the public, the trial was both terrifying and mesmerizing, a window into a life defined by obsession, grief, and the extremes of human behavior. The prosecution faced the complex task of conveying the gravity of Ed's crimes while also establishing his mental state. The evidence collected from the farmhouse was both shocking and intricate. Skulls, bones, human skin, and other macabre artifacts were not simply displayed. They were carefully cataloged to illustrate a pattern of behavior that had developed over decades. Each piece was presented not only as a crime scene object, but as a testament to the methodical, ritualistic nature of Ed's obsessions. The courtroom became a stage where psychology and law intersected, forcing society to confront the reality that such acts could arise from grief, isolation, and distorted devotion. Ed's own behavior during the trial was striking in its detachment. Unlike cinematic portrayals of erratic, frenzied criminals, Ed remained calm, soft-spoken, and almost indifferent to the public spectacle unfolding around him. He answered questions in a measured tone, rarely revealing emotion or remorse. His composure created an eerie contrast to the horror of the evidence and testimony, underscoring the gap between his internal world and the perception of those observing him. To the jury and public alike, Ed Gein appeared both alien and painfully human, a man whose mind had long diverged from the moral and social norms of his community. Mental health experts played a critical role in the proceedings. They examined Ed's history, from his oppressive upbringing to his isolation and obsessive behavior, attempting to contextualize the psychological forces that had driven him to commit grave robbing, crafting macabre artifacts, and murder. The testimony painted a portrait of a man whose compulsions were deeply rooted in maternal influence, grief, and social isolation. Experts explained how these factors combined to produce behavior that, while legally criminal, was also symptomatic of severe psychological disturbance. This analysis became central to the defense's strategy, framing Ed not as a purely malicious actor, but as a man whose mind had been profoundly shaped and warped by circumstance. Witnesses provided further insight into Ed's life and behavior prior to his crimes. Neighbors recalled his awkwardness, his obsessive devotion to his mother, and the strange habits that had long set him apart. These accounts, while seemingly mundane, offered glimpses into the development of his obsessions. The community's retrospective observations helped to illustrate the gradual escalation from eccentricity to criminality, highlighting the interplay between personality, isolation, and environmental factors that had culminated in the events at the farmhouse. The trial also explored the cultural and social context of Ed's upbringing. Augusta Gein's rigid moral control, her teachings regarding sin, lust, and women, and the isolation of the Wisconsin countryside all contributed to the psychological pressures that shaped her son. The courtroom became a stage for examining not only individual culpability, but the broader influences that can foster extreme behaviors. Experts argued that Ed's compulsions were an extension of lifelong conditioning, magnified by grief and social seclusion, creating a perfect storm for the development of his horrifying activities. Throughout the proceedings, the tension between fascination and horror remained palpable. The public, unable to reconcile the image of the soft-spoken farmhand with the atrocities revealed in court, followed every detail with morbid curiosity. Media coverage emphasized both the grotesque nature of the crimes and the psychological depth of Ed's pathology. In doing so, the trial highlighted the complexity of criminal behavior, showing that acts of extreme violence and obsession often emerge from a tangled web of psychological, environmental, and social factors. The prosecution strategy focused on demonstrating the premeditated nature of Ed's actions. Evidence of grave robbing, the creation of macabre artifacts, and careful concealment of remains illustrated that these were not impulsive acts. They were the result of years of planning and ritual, reflecting a mind consumed by obsession and a compulsion to control death itself. The court was presented with a narrative of escalating behavior, showing how initial fascination had gradually transformed into active manipulation and ultimately into criminal transgression. In contrast, the defense emphasized Ed's psychological incapacity to fully comprehend the moral and social implications of his actions. Testimony highlighted his isolation, obsessive attachment to his mother, and history of psychological disturbance. The argument suggested that Ed's criminal acts, while undeniable, were inseparable from a life shaped by extreme maternal influence, trauma, and profound mental illness. This framing encouraged the jury and public to consider Ed not merely as a monster, but as a human being whose obsessions had spiraled into tragedy. As the trial unfolded, the nation remained riveted. Ed Gein, once a figure of local eccentricity, had become an emblem of the darkest potentialities of human psychology. The courtroom illuminated the progression from grief and isolation to obsession and violence, allowing observers to witness the mechanisms by which a man could transform decades of suppressed desire and fixation into acts that shocked the world. Plainfield, Wisconsin, had become synonymous with horror, but it was also a case study in the fragility of the human mind when pushed to extremes. As the trial of Ed Gein progressed, it became increasingly clear that understanding the man required more than a recounting of his crimes. To the public, he was the Plainfield Ghoul, a name that conjured images of grotesque horror and unimaginable depravity. To psychologists and legal experts, however, Ed was a case study in the extremes of human behavior, shaped by grief, maternal dominance, isolation, and the compulsive urge to control death itself. The courtroom became a stage not only for justice, but for the exploration of the human psyche under extraordinary conditions. Central to the proceedings was the question of mental competence. Could Ed Gein distinguish right from wrong at the time of his crimes? Could he be held fully responsible for acts that defied ordinary morality, yet were clearly premeditated and meticulously executed? Expert witnesses painted a picture of a man whose childhood and adolescence were dominated by Augusta Gein, a mother who instilled fear, guilt, and an obsessive focus on sin. She portrayed women as inherently evil and lustful, teaching Ed that human desire was a corrupting force that had to be feared and controlled. These teachings, reinforced over decades, created a psychological framework in which Ed's obsessions could flourish unchecked. Testimony highlighted the isolation of Ed's early life. He had few, if any, normal social interactions outside of his mother. Friends, peers, and romantic relationships were absent, leaving Ed's emotional world constrained to the binary of his mother's approval and the sinful behavior she condemned. This social deprivation compounded the effects of her teachings, creating a fertile ground for obsessive and ritualistic behavior. Experts argued that in this vacuum, Ed developed a private morality in which the dead were safer and purer than the living. allowing him to pursue fantasies that were simultaneously deviant and comforting. The court also explored the evolution of Ed's grave robbing and the crafting of macabre objects. Evidence presented showed a methodical progression from fascination with death to desecration and ritual, culminating in acts of violence. Each artifact found in the farmhouse, from skin garments to bone furniture, was discussed in detail. Psychologists explained how these objects were more than trophies. They were expressions of control, devotion, and coping. In manipulating the dead, Ed could enact fantasies that life and society had forbidden him, while simultaneously reinforcing the lessons and fears imparted by his mother. During the trial, forensic experts illustrated how Ed's behavior demonstrated both planning and compulsion. The precise selection of graves, the careful dissection and tanning of skin, and the creation of complex artifacts indicated a deliberate, goal-oriented process. Yet this precision coexisted with compulsive repetition and ritualistic patterns, revealing a mind simultaneously organized and dominated by obsession. The experts emphasized that Ed's crimes could not be reduced to simple evil. They were manifestations of a complex interplay between psychology, environment, and circumstance. Witness testimony also shed light on Ed's behavior in the years leading up to the discovery of his crimes. Neighbors recalled his social awkwardness, his tendency to avoid communal life, and his obsessive attention to domestic chores. On the surface, he appeared ordinary, if eccentric. Underneath, however, these behaviors reflected a mind deeply preoccupied with control, ritual, and the containment of desire. The courtroom analysis demonstrated how these patterns had escalated over time, leading inevitably to the construction of his gruesome private universe. Defense attorneys focused heavily on the impact of Augusta Gein psychological control. They argued that Ed's deviant behavior was the product of lifelong conditioning, compounded by grief and isolation. This line of reasoning framed Ed as a victim of circumstance as much as a perpetrator of crime. While his actions were undeniable, the defense suggested that his understanding of morality, social norms, and acceptable behavior had been fundamentally distorted by his upbringing. The argument invited the jury to consider not only culpability, but the degree to which environment shapes the human psyche. Psychologists further discussed Ed's attachment to his mother, noting that her death had created an emotional vacuum he attempted to fill through his obsession with the dead. His rituals, particularly those involving human remains, were understood as attempts to symbolically resurrect or preserve her influence. Skulls, skin garments, and bone furniture were all interpreted as extensions of his psychological need to maintain connection with Augusta. The courtroom analysis revealed that his actions, while horrifying, were deeply entwined with grief, fantasy, and the long-term effects of maternal domination. The trial also examined the broader implications of Ed Gein's psychological profile. Experts discussed how isolation, obsessive-compulsive tendencies, and exposure to rigid moral teachings can produce extreme behaviors, particularly when reinforced over decades. In Ed's case, these factors converged with a fascination with death to create a pattern of escalating transgression, moving from grave robbing to crafting human remains, and ultimately to violent crime. The courtroom discussion highlighted the thin line between eccentricity and pathology, illustrating how extreme environments and psychological pressures can transform an ordinary individual into a figure of terror. Throughout the proceedings, the public remained riveted. Newspaper reports, radio broadcasts, and early television coverage dissected every aspect of the trial, blending fascination with horror. For many, Ed Gein became a symbol not only of personal depravity, but of the hidden potential for darkness within ordinary life. His crimes were unprecedented in their grotesque creativity and psychological complexity, forcing society to confront uncomfortable truths about grief, obsession, and the fragility of the human mind. Ultimately, the courtroom served as both tribunal and psychological laboratory. The evidence, testimony, and expert analysis provided a comprehensive understanding of Ed Gein's life and crimes, moving beyond sensationalism to explore the mechanisms underlying his behavior. Observers saw not only the horror of his actions but the forces that had shaped them. The maternal influence, social isolation, obsessive tendencies, and fascination with death that had converged to create the infamous Plainfield Ghoul. By the end of this phase of the trial, it was clear that Ed Gein's case was not simply about criminality. It was a window into the extremities of human psychology, a testament to the interplay of environment, upbringing, and obsession, and a reminder of how grief and isolation can produce outcomes both tragic and horrifying. The courtroom had illuminated the mind behind the terror, revealing the complex, unsettling reality of the man the nation had come to know as the Plainfield Ghoul. Chapter 10: Media Frenzy and Cultural Impact. From small-town horror to national obsession, the arrest and trial of Ed Gein in Plainfield, Wisconsin, quickly transcended local concern, capturing the attention of the entire nation. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, the story of the Plainfield Ghoul was unlike anything Americans had seen. Newspapers, radio, and television were saturated with coverage of the gruesome discoveries in Gein's farmhouse, the bizarre artifacts, and the horrifying implications of a man living unnoticed among the dead for decades. What had begun as a small-town crime became a cultural phenomenon, a story that would resonate for generations and influence popular media in profound ways. Media outlets capitalized on every shocking detail. Headlines emphasized the grotesque nature of Ed's home, describing skulls mounted on shelves, bones repurposed as furniture, and human skin fashioned into masks and garments. The story was presented in vivid, sensational terms, capturing public imagination while simultaneously provoking fear, disgust, and morbid curiosity. The combination of rural isolation, psychological complexity, and the grotesque artifacts found within the Gein farmhouse created a narrative that seemed almost too strange to be true, a story that blurred the line between reality and the macabre worlds of fiction. Radio broadcasts and television reports brought Ed Gein's crimes into American homes in unprecedented ways. Listeners and viewers were captivated by accounts of his meticulous grave robbing, his creation of human skin garments, and the chilling psychological profile presented by experts. The media narrative emphasized both the horror of the acts and the psychological factors that had shaped them, creating a mix of fear, fascination, and curiosity. The story of Ed Gein became emblematic of the hidden dangers lurking beneath seemingly ordinary lives, showing that horror could exist not only in fiction but also in the mundane corners of small-town America. Cultural fascination with Ed Gein extended beyond the initial news coverage. Authors, filmmakers, and psychologists alike dissected his life, analyzing the influence of maternal control, isolation, and obsession. Ed's story became a lens through which to examine the extremes of human behavior, and his crimes were frequently cited in discussions of psychology, criminal pathology, and forensic investigation. His case demonstrated the intersection of mental illness, environment, and ritualistic behavior, providing both cautionary insights and material for creative interpretation. The grotesque artifacts discovered in the farmhouse fueled public obsession. Each item, from bone-crafted furniture to tan skin masks, was analyzed and speculated upon in newspapers and magazines. The meticulous nature of Ed's work fascinated some, horrified others, and inspired countless questions about the capacity of humans to blend obsession, artistry, and transgression. For the public, the story was not simply about murder. It was about the psychology of obsession, the extreme consequences of isolation, and the unsettling possibility that horror could emerge in the most ordinary-seeming settings. Ed Gein's crimes also inspired fear and fascination in the realm of creative arts. Writers and filmmakers recognized the potential for storytelling inherent in his case. The grotesque nature of his artifacts, combined with his psychological profile, provided a template for fictional characters that explored the darker aspects of human behavior. The public's exposure to the real-life horrors of Plainfield created a market for stories that mirrored the intersection of the ordinary and the grotesque, blending psychological insight with macabre fascination. The national obsession with Ed Gein highlighted both societal curiosity about the extreme and the psychological appeal of horror. His crimes were not random or chaotic. They were structured, ritualistic, and deeply personal. This combination of planning, obsession, and grotesque creativity fascinated the public, who could scarcely reconcile the image of the quiet farmhand with the horrifying reality revealed in his home. Media coverage emphasized this duality, portraying Ed as both monstrous and tragically human, an enigmatic figure whose mind had traversed unimaginable depths. The case also prompted discussion about mental health, criminal responsibility, and the role of upbringing in shaping behavior. Psychologists used the widespread attention to educate the public about the impact of maternal domination, social isolation, and obsessive tendencies on human development. The media, while sensationalist at times, inadvertently contributed to a broader understanding of the factors that can lead to extreme criminal behavior. Ed Gein's life became a case study in the dangers of repression, obsession, and unmoderated psychological compulsion. Furthermore, the cultural impact extended into the long term. Gein's crimes became the inspiration for some of the most iconic horror characters in literature and film. His story demonstrated how reality could inspire fiction, showing the public that horror was not confined to imagination. The meticulous attention to psychological detail and grotesque imagery found in his life informed characters and narratives that explored fear, death, and obsession, cementing Ed Gein's place not only in criminal history, but also in cultural history. The frenzy surrounding Ed Gein's case underscored the human fascination with the intersection of horror and psychology. Americans, captivated by the shocking details, the psychological insights, and the grotesque creativity, followed every development in the trial and aftermath. His story highlighted the thin line between eccentricity and pathology, demonstrating how isolation, obsession, and grief could combine to produce acts both shocking and fascinating. Plainfield, once a quiet town, became a symbol of the unknown and the macabre, its name forever linked to the dark extremes of human behavior. In the end, Ed Gein's story was more than a sensational crime tale. It became a narrative about the extremes of the human mind, the consequences of isolation and repression, and the ways in which grief and obsession can manifest in disturbing, creative, and violent ways. The media frenzy that followed his arrest and trial ensured that his story would remain in public consciousness, both as a cautionary tale and as a source of fascination, study, and inspiration for decades to come. The cultural footprint of Ed Gein extended far beyond the quiet fields and forests of Plainfield, Wisconsin. While the immediate horror of his crimes captivated the nation in the late 1950s, it was the long-lasting influence on popular culture, literature, and cinema that solidified his place in the collective imagination. Ed Gein's life and crimes became a blueprint for fictional characters, a subject for psychological study, and a symbol of the dark potential hidden within ordinary individuals. Perhaps the most immediate and direct impact of Gein's crimes was on the horror film industry. Writers and directors found in his story a terrifying combination of reality and imagination. The shy, unassuming man living unnoticed in a rural town, surrounded by macabre artifacts crafted from human remains, became the perfect template for fictional villains who combined psychological complexity with grotesque imagery. His crimes inspired the creation of some of the most iconic horror figures in American cinema. Films such as Psycho, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and The Silence of the Lambs drew heavily from the details of Gein's life, translating real-world horror into compelling, psychologically driven narratives. In Psycho, for instance, the character of Norman Bates mirrored Ed Gein's life in striking ways. Both were dominated by the influence of their mothers. Both maintained a house imbued with memory and obsession, and both exhibited a chilling duality between outward normalcy and inner darkness. The parallels were not merely superficial. The psychological underpinnings of Norman Bates' character, the repression, obsession, and distorted attachment to maternal figures, were directly inspired by Gein's life. Similarly, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre drew from the grotesque nature of Gein's artifacts, translating human remains into cinematic terror and showcasing how real-life horror could inform artistic representation. Literature also reflected Gein's unsettling legacy. Writers explored the psychological dimensions of his crimes, using his story to examine themes of obsession, isolation, and the corruption of innocence. Novels and nonfiction works dissected his upbringing, his grief, and the ritualistic nature of his behavior, often blending forensic insight with narrative storytelling. Gein's life became a case study in both criminal pathology and narrative construction, demonstrating the ways in which extreme human behavior could inspire reflection, fear, and fascination in readers. Public perception of horror itself was reshaped by Ed Gein. Before the revelation of his crimes, horror in media often relied on supernatural or fantastical elements. Gein's actions grounded terror in reality, proving that the ordinary could conceal the extraordinary and that real-life human psychology could be far more horrifying than fiction. Americans confronted the unsettling possibility that monstrosity was not confined to imagination, but could emerge in small towns, rural farms, and seemingly mundane lives. Gein's story blurred the lines between reality and fiction, leaving an indelible imprint on public consciousness. Psychologists and criminologists continued to study Ed Gein's case for decades, analyzing the interplay between maternal influence, social isolation, and obsessive-compulsive behavior. His life provided a real-world example of how environmental and psychological factors could combine to produce extreme criminal behavior. Academic studies referenced his case when exploring the origins of serial killing, the development of abnormal psychological patterns, and the mechanisms by which grief and obsession can escalate into violence. Gein became a focal point for understanding the human mind in extremis, a symbol of both horror and scientific inquiry. The fascination with Ed Gein extended to public discourse about mental illness and criminal responsibility. His trial raised questions about culpability, the influence of upbringing on behavior, and the role of psychological evaluation in legal proceedings. People debated whether Gein was a monster or a product of circumstance, a man to be feared or studied. This discourse shaped broader societal understandings of criminal psychology and helped inform policies and approaches to mental health, law enforcement, and forensic investigation. Even decades later, Gein's legacy endures. Horror media continues to reference his life and crimes, whether directly or indirectly. Documentaries, podcasts, and scholarly analyses revisit the case, exploring both the factual events and their psychological implications. His story remains a compelling intersection of true crime, psychology, and cultural fascination, providing insight into human behavior while simultaneously inspiring curiosity and dread. Ed Gein is remembered not just for his actions, but for the way those actions force society to confront the depths of human obsession, grief, and depravity. The ethical and cultural implications of Gein's influence are complex. While his crimes were undeniably horrific, they also catalyzed reflection on morality, mental health, and the extremes of human psychology. Through books, films, and media coverage, society explored questions of empathy, fear, and fascination, often grappling with discomfort at the realization that real-life horror could mirror the darkest imaginings of fiction. Gein's story demonstrated that understanding, analysis, and narrative could coexist with revulsion and dread, creating a multidimensional legacy. Moreover, Ed Gein's case highlighted the importance of community awareness and social intervention. His decades of isolation, coupled with the psychological pressures of maternal control, allowed him to operate undetected for years. The subsequent public and academic analysis emphasized the need for vigilance in recognizing early signs of obsessive or deviant behavior and the value of integrating mental health awareness into community life. His story, therefore, became not only a cultural touchstone, but also a cautionary example of the societal factors that can enable extreme behavior. In the end, the legacy of Ed Gein is a multifaceted one. He remains infamous for the grotesque nature of his crimes and the horror they inspired. Yet his story also provides enduring insight into human psychology, cultural fascination with the macabre, and the complex interplay between upbringing, isolation, and obsession. The Plainfield Ghoul's life continues to captivate, horrify, and instruct, a chilling reminder that reality can sometimes eclipse the imagination and that the human mind, when shaped by grief and compulsion, can create horrors that are both deeply personal and universally compelling. Chapter 11: Ed Gein in Pop Culture. The birth of horror icons and literary monsters. The crimes of Ed Gein did more than shock a small town in rural Wisconsin. They reshaped the cultural landscape of horror. His grotesque obsession, macabre creativity, and psychological complexity created a template for fictional villains that would haunt audiences for decades. From literature to film, Gein's life provided raw material for storytellers seeking to explore the darkest corners of human behavior. The quiet farmhand from Plainfield, once an obscure figure, became the blueprint for horror icons whose influence extends even into contemporary pop culture. Gein's influence on cinema is perhaps the most direct and profound. Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho, 1960, introduced the world to Norman Bates, a character whose psychological and behavioral traits mirrored those of the real-life killer. Like Ed Gein, Norman was a man dominated by his mother's influence, whose home was imbued with memory, ritual, and obsessive devotion. The fictional Bates Motel became a stage for psychological horror, echoing the eerie duality of Gein's Farmhouse, outwardly ordinary, yet harboring unspeakable terror within. Hitchcock's portrayal emphasized suspense and psychological depth rather than gore, yet the inspiration drawn from Gein's reality lent the story an unprecedented authenticity and dread. Beyond Psycho, Gein's influence extended to slasher cinema. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, 1974, directed by Tobe Hooper, drew heavily from the grotesque artistry of Gein's home. Leather masks, bone furniture, and the sheer perversity of human remains as domestic objects informed the unsettling aesthetic of the film. Hooper amplified the horror for cinematic effect, but the foundational elements, the juxtaposition of everyday life and grotesque ritual, remained faithful to the real-life events in Plainfield. Audiences reacted viscerally, fascinated by the horrifying plausibility of such acts. The Silence of the Lambs, 1991, introduced another iconic figure, Buffalo Bill, whose creation and behavior reflected elements of Gein's crimes. The obsession with skin, the crafting of garments from human remains, and the macabre rituals that characterized Gein's life were woven into the cinematic narrative. Like Gein, Buffalo Bill existed within a psychological framework dominated by obsession, compulsion, and a distorted sense of identity. The character's horrific acts were amplified for dramatic tension, but their origin in reality grounded the horror in unsettling truth. Literature followed a similar trajectory. True crime writers chronicled Gein's life, delving into psychological, social, and cultural explanations for his behavior. Fictional novels borrowed elements of his crimes to explore broader themes of grief, obsession, and the corruptibility of the human psyche. The interplay between reality and fiction blurred, with Gein's life serving as both cautionary tale and creative inspiration. Authors were fascinated not only by the acts themselves, but by the psychological logic that sustained them, the compulsions, rituals, and maternal influence that gave rise to the Plainfield Ghoul. Even comic books and graphic novels reflected Gein's influence. Storytellers drew upon his grotesque artistry, his obsession with mortality, and the eerie duality of his existence to craft villains who were psychologically rich and terrifying. The archetype of the seemingly ordinary individual hiding monstrous tendencies became a recurring motif, informing narratives across media. Gein's life provided an archetype for exploring how grief, isolation, and obsession can transform a person, illustrating the intersection of human psychology and horror in ways that resonated with audiences. The public fascination with Gein also underscored the enduring allure of true crime. Unlike purely fictional horror, Gein's crimes demonstrated that grotesque obsession and violence could occur in ordinary communities. Audiences were captivated by the tension between reality and fiction, horror and empathy, fascination and revulsion. His story challenged cultural assumptions about evil, mental illness, and social deviance, showing that the darkest human impulses could exist beneath the veneer of normalcy. Hidden from view, yet capable of shocking revelation, that Gein's portrayal in pop culture also reflected society's evolving understanding of criminal psychology. Writers, filmmakers, and academics analyzed his actions, dissecting the influence of upbringing, maternal domination, and isolation. These insights were often integrated into narratives that explored psychological horror rather than relying solely on shock value. In doing so, Gein became more than a source of macabre inspiration. He became a lens for examining human behavior under extreme conditions, a symbol of the complex interplay between psychology and crime. The legacy of Ed Gein in popular culture is also evident in the recurring motif of the hidden villain. Characters inspired by him often appear ordinary to the community, their monstrous behaviors concealed behind an unassuming exterior. This duality, normalcy juxtaposed with grotesque obsession, creates tension and suspense, a narrative device that continues to inform storytelling in horror cinema and literature. Audiences are compelled not only by the acts themselves, but by the dissonance between outward appearance and hidden reality, a dissonance that Gein's life epitomized. Even decades after his arrest and trial, Gein's influence persists. Horror media, academic studies, and public fascination continue to reference his crimes and psychology. Documentaries revisit the Gein farmhouse, forensic experts analyze his behavior, and horror creators reinterpret his story for new audiences. His life has become a cultural touchstone, a case study in obsession, grief, and the potential for human depravity, demonstrating how true events can leave an indelible mark on creative expression, public perception, and the evolution of the horror genre. In essence, Ed Gein's life served as a dark mirror for popular culture. His psychological complexity, grotesque creativity, and the shocking revelations of the Gein farmhouse inspired stories that combined horror, empathy, and fascination. He became a model for characters who were simultaneously human and monstrous, grounding fictional terror in the unsettling plausibility of reality. Through film, literature, and media, the Plainfield Ghoul's legacy endures, reminding audiences that sometimes the most terrifying monsters emerge not from imagination, but from the depths of human experience. Even decades after the arrest of Ed Gein, the fascination with the Plainfield Ghoul has not diminished. True crime enthusiasts, psychologists, and horror scholars continue to study his life, crimes, and psychological makeup, seeking to understand both the man and the extraordinary cultural impact he created. In modern true crime literature, Gein serves as a foundational case study, a real-life example of how isolation, grief, and obsessive compulsions can converge to create acts that are both horrifying and compellingly complex. One aspect that continues to captivate modern audiences is the sheer peculiarity of Gein's crimes. Unlike many violent criminals whose acts are impulsive or opportunistic, Ed's activities were ritualistic, calculated, and infused with symbolism. The artifacts discovered in his farmhouse, masks, furniture, and clothing made from human skin, reveal not only an obsession with death, but a methodical effort to transform mortality into something controllable. For modern criminologists and psychologists, these details offer profound insight into how the mind can manipulate obsession into tangible creation, demonstrating the intersection between pathology and creativity. Modern true crime studies often highlight the formative influence of Augusta Gein on her son's behavior. Augusta's rigid, puritanical worldview, her obsessive moral instruction, and the emotional intensity of her attachment to Ed created a psychological environment where fear, guilt, and devotion were intertwined. In contemporary analyses, Ed Gein is frequently examined as a case of extreme maternal imprinting, where the parents' influence stunted social and emotional development, paving the way for compulsive and socially deviant behaviors. His case is frequently cited in discussions about the long-term effects of controlling or abusive parenting and the development of psychosexual disorders. True crime podcasts and documentaries continue to explore the cultural significance of Ed Gein. Audiences remain intrigued not only by the gruesome details of his crimes, but also by the underlying psychological mechanisms. Episodes dissect his dual life. The polite, awkward farmhand in public contrasted with the orchestrator of grotesque rituals behind closed doors, inviting listeners to contemplate how normalcy can mask profound deviance. The narrative structure of these modern interpretations emphasizes suspense and psychological insight over shock alone, reflecting a deeper cultural appetite for understanding the why behind extreme criminal behavior. In academic circles, Gein's case is often compared to other notorious criminals, providing insight into patterns of deviant behavior. His combination of isolation, obsessive-compulsive tendencies, and ritualistic practices is relatively rare, making him a unique subject for comparative study. Researchers examine how environmental factors, psychological predispositions, and traumatic experiences can converge to produce behavior that is at once calculated and pathological. Gein's case remains a benchmark in the study of serial offenders who operate under the radar of society for extended periods, demonstrating the subtle escalation from fascination to transgression. Horror studies as an academic discipline also continues to draw inspiration from Gein. Scholars analyze how his real-life actions inspired fictional representations, such as Norman Bates, Leatherface, and Buffalo Bill, examining the psychological fidelity of these characters and their cultural resonance. The examination of Gein's influence allows researchers to trace how horror media translates reality into narrative, balancing authenticity, artistic interpretation, and audience impact. In doing so, his life becomes a lens for understanding how society processes fear, obsession, and the grotesque, as well as how true crime shapes entertainment. The enduring fascination with Ed Gein also reflects societal curiosity about moral boundaries. Audiences are compelled to explore the tension between empathy and revulsion, between understanding and condemnation. His story forces observers to confront the idea that ordinary individuals may harbor extraordinary darkness, and that extreme actions often emerge from a complex interplay of psychological, social, and environmental factors. In modern true crime discourse, Ed Gein represents a cautionary illustration of these dynamics, a real-life case that challenges assumptions about morality, sanity, and human potential. Modern documentaries frequently revisit the Plainfield farmhouse itself, reconstructing the environment to contextualize his actions. Visual reconstructions and expert analyses emphasize the methodical nature of his rituals, the integration of grief and obsession, and the physical manifestation of psychological compulsions. The farmhouse becomes a narrative tool, allowing audiences to step into the world Ed Gein inhabited, bridging the gap between abstract analysis and tangible understanding. These presentations highlight the chilling realism of his environment and provide a lasting visual imprint that continues to captivate audiences. Another dimension of modern fascination involves the ethical implications of sensationalizing real-life horror. Scholars, journalists, and media creators often grapple with how to present Gein's story responsibly, balancing public curiosity with respect for victims and historical accuracy. The ethical dimension underscores the enduring complexity of his narrative. While Ed Gein's crimes are undeniably a source of horror and cultural inspiration, they are also tragedies rooted in human suffering, demanding careful consideration in any retelling. That Ed Gein's case remains relevant not only for its historical significance, but for its lessons about human psychology. Modern studies emphasize the need for early intervention in cases of social isolation, obsessive behavior, and traumatic upbringing. By understanding the contributing factors to Ed's deviance, psychologists and criminologists can better anticipate, prevent, or mitigate similar patterns in others. His life serves as both a warning and a study in the intricate ways environmental and psychological forces interact to produce behavior that society may struggle to comprehend. In the contemporary landscape, the Plainfield Ghoul continues to bridge the worlds of true crime and horror. His story provides endless material for exploration, from forensic psychology to literary analysis, film studies, and societal reflection. The duality of fascination and repulsion ensures that Ed Gein's narrative remains compelling, offering insights into human behavior, cultural perceptions of evil, and the enduring allure of the grotesque. His case remains a touchstone, reminding audiences that the most chilling monsters are often not products of fiction, but manifestations of the complexities and vulnerabilities of the human mind. Chapter 12. The Psychological Profile. Understanding Obsession, Maternal Influence, and Isolation. Ed Gein's crimes shocked the nation not only because of their grotesque nature, but because of the psychological complexity behind them. To truly understand the Plainfield Ghoul, one must explore the factors that shaped his mind: obsessive tendencies, the overpowering influence of his mother, and decades of social isolation. Each of these elements interacted to create a unique psychological profile, demonstrating how environmental pressures and personal predispositions can converge to produce behavior both horrifying and fascinating. From an early age, Ed was subjected to the rigid, oppressive moral code imposed by Augusta Gein. She was a domineering figure whose worldview was steeped in religious extremism and an obsessive fear of sin. Augusta instilled in her son a sense of guilt and fear surrounding sexuality, women, and the outside world, portraying these forces as inherently corrupt and dangerous. Ed's formative years were therefore marked by constant moral surveillance, emotional manipulation, and an overwhelming need to earn his mother's approval. Psychologists studying the case suggest that this maternal domination was central to the development of his obsessive behaviors and his later fixation on death in the female form. Isolation played an equally critical role. Growing up on a rural farm, Ed had minimal interaction with peers and little exposure to the broader world. His social development was stunted, and his ability to form normal interpersonal relationships was limited. The lack of socialization meant that his obsessions could grow unchecked, reinforced by the insular environment of the farmhouse and the constant reinforcement of his mother's strict moral rules. Over time, the combination of isolation and maternal influence created a fertile ground for compulsive and ritualistic behavior. One of the most striking features of Ed Gein's psychological profile is his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. His fascination with death, the human body, and the rituals surrounding mortality were not casual interests. They were persistent, pervasive, and highly structured. He maintained an orderly, controlled environment in which his obsessions could manifest physically. The careful preparation of human remains, the creation of macabre objects, and the maintenance of ritualistic spaces in his farmhouse all point to a mind seeking control and predictability through structured activity. Modern psychologists view these behaviors as the externalization of internal compulsions, a method for exerting power over a world that had often seemed chaotic and threatening to him. Grief played another defining role. The death of Augusta Gein in 1945 created a profound emotional void that Ed struggled to fill. Her absence intensified his need for control and his preoccupation with mortality. The rituals he performed with human remains can be interpreted as attempts to symbolically preserve or recreate maternal influence. Skulls and skin garments were not only objects of obsession, they were, in his mind, extensions of a lost presence. His psychological attachment to his mother persisted even after her death, driving behaviors that escalated from grave robbing to murder and the crafting of human remains. Ed's psychological profile also reflects a distorted moral framework. While his acts were undeniably criminal, he maintained a private set of rules rooted in his upbringing. He rationalized his obsessions through a warped interpretation of morality and devotion, blending grief, fear, and ritual into a personal ethical system. This framework allowed him to engage in activities that were grotesque and illegal while perceiving them as necessary or justified in his mind. Understanding this mental architecture is crucial to comprehending why Ed could commit acts that defied social and moral norms while maintaining an outward appearance of normalcy. The duality of Ed's existence is a key element of his psychological complexity. To neighbors and townspeople, he appeared shy, awkward, and harmless. He performed routine farm duties, interacted minimally with others, and maintained a facade of normalcy. Yet behind closed doors, his life was dominated by ritual, compulsion, and obsession. This stark contrast illustrates the capacity for humans to compartmentalize, creating separate mental spaces for socially acceptable behavior and deeply disturbing private actions. For modern criminologists, this duality offers insight into how seemingly ordinary individuals can conceal extraordinary pathology. Psychologists also consider the influence of fantasy in Ed Gein's behavior. His fascination with the dead and the female form, the creation of skin garments, and the ritualistic displays all suggest a complex interplay between imagination and compulsion. These behaviors were not merely acts of violence. They were enacted fantasies, a physical manifestation of mental preoccupations. Understanding this interplay helps illuminate the boundary between psychological disorder and criminal action, providing a framework for analyzing similar cases of obsessive and ritualistic behavior that are in contemporary psychological literature. Ed Gein is frequently cited as a case study in extreme maternal imprinting, social isolation, and the development of compulsive behaviors. His life illustrates how early environmental pressures, combined with psychological predispositions, can produce profound behavioral consequences. Each element, maternal domination, isolation, obsession, and ritual, interacted to create a unique psychological ecosystem, one that explains both the grotesque nature of his crimes and the meticulous, controlled way in which they were executed. Ultimately, the psychological profile of Ed Gein is a window into the human mind under extraordinary circumstances. It reveals how grief, obsession, and social deprivation can transform behavior, how early life experiences shape adult pathology, and how ritualistic compulsions can dominate cognition. By studying Gein, modern psychology gains insight into the mechanisms by which extreme behaviors emerge, providing lessons in both prevention and understanding of human deviance. One of the most haunting aspects of Ed Gein's psychological landscape was the way compulsion manifested in his actions. Unlike impulsive criminals, Ed's behavior followed a meticulous, ritualistic pattern that reflected both obsessive tendencies and a profound fascination with mortality. The practice of grave robbing was not merely an act of theft or desecration. It was a carefully constructed ritual, a means of bridging the gap between life and death, obsession and reality. Each act was deliberate, precise, and emotionally charged, illustrating the depth of his compulsive psychology. Grave robbing began as a private fascination. Ed was drawn to the dead from a young age, intrigued by the permanence and finality of human mortality. Over time, this interest transformed into an obsession, and he began exhuming corpses from local cemeteries. He selected graves based on a combination of practical accessibility and symbolic significance, often targeting women who resembled his mother. The act itself was ritualized. He would approach the graves with care, dig systematically, and handle the remains with a precision that suggested both reverence and control. For Ed, these rituals were a way of asserting dominance over death, of bending mortality to his will. The creation of artifacts from human remains represents another layer of his compulsive creativity. Skin was tanned, shaped, and fashioned into garments. Bones were carved into furniture and tools. Each piece required planning, skill, and obsessive attention to detail. Psychologists argue that this behavior reflects a combination of compulsion, grief, and creative expression. In transforming the raw material of human mortality into objects of use and display, Ed externalized his internal psychological world, producing tangible evidence of his preoccupations and desires. These artifacts were not random. They were structured, deliberate, and infused with symbolic significance, Reflecting a mind consumed by ritual and fantasy, Ed's compulsion was deeply intertwined with maternal influence. Augusta Gain's death left a vacuum that he attempted to fill through rituals involving the dead. Skulls were collected, masks crafted, and female suits created as extensions of her presence and control. Each act was a reenactment of devotion, a psychological coping mechanism that sought to preserve a connection to a mother who had dominated and defined his formative years. Experts suggest that his rituals were both an attempt to resurrect maternal authority and a manifestation of the emotional and moral framework she had instilled. In this sense, compulsion, grief, and creative expression merged into a single, disturbing psychological phenomenon. The meticulous nature of Ed's actions highlights a fundamental aspect of compulsive behavior: control. By creating order from death and decay, Ed exerted influence over forces that were otherwise uncontrollable. The cemetery, the body, and the artifacts all became part of a controlled environment in which his obsessions could be enacted safely, privately, and methodically. This pursuit of control underscores the psychological function of his compulsion. It was not chaotic but structured, providing a sense of mastery over a world that had imposed grief, fear, and repression upon him. In addition to control, the rituals themselves served as a mechanism for emotional regulation. Handling human remains, performing meticulous dissections, and crafting artifacts allowed Ed to channel intense psychological states into tangible activity. Compulsion functioned as a coping strategy, converting anxiety, grief, and obsession into actions that provided temporary psychological relief. Modern psychologists interpret this behavior as a form of maladaptive regulation, a process by which extreme mental states are managed through ritualized, repetitive action. However grotesque those actions may appear to outsiders, the interplay between compulsion and creativity is particularly striking. While Ed's behaviors were pathological, they also demonstrated remarkable skill and ingenuity. Crafting objects from human skin and bone required both imagination and technique, suggesting that his mind was capable of highly structured, purposeful creativity even within the context of extreme psychological disturbance. This duality, pathology combined with craftsmanship, makes Ed Gein a unique case in criminal psychology, where obsession, grief, and artistry intersected in the most macabre of ways. Importantly, Ed's compulsive behaviors were cumulative. Each act of grave robbing, each crafted artifact, reinforced the next. The rituals became increasingly complex over time, reflecting an escalation of obsession that culminated in violent acts. The progression from fascination with death to active manipulation of human remains, and eventually to murder, demonstrates how compulsive behaviors can intensify when left unchecked. Experts studying Gein note that this escalation is characteristic of many obsessive and ritualistic pathologies, highlighting the potential for compulsions to evolve into criminality under certain psychological conditions. Social isolation amplified these tendencies. With minimal oversight, few social interactions, and no meaningful intervention, Ed's compulsions flourished unchecked. His world was bounded by the farmhouse, the cemetery, and the artifacts he created, creating a closed system in which obsessive rituals could develop without interference. This environment allowed his behaviors to progress from private fascination to elaborate, criminally actionable acts, demonstrating the powerful interaction between isolation and compulsion in extreme psychological cases. Ultimately, the anatomy of Ed Gein's compulsion reveals a complex psychological ecosystem. Ritual, grief, maternal influence, control, creativity, and isolation all interacted to produce a life that was both horrifying and instructively revealing. Each element sheds light on the mechanisms by which obsession can manifest, evolve, and escalate, providing a rare glimpse into the intricate workings of a pathological mind. The macabre artistry of the Plainfield Ghoul, while terrifying, serves as a testament to the profound psychological forces that shape human behavior when obsession and isolation converge. Chapter 13. The Community Reacts. Fear, Fascination, and the Legacy in Plainfield. The arrest of Ed Gein shattered the quiet, rural town of Plainfield, Wisconsin, altering the lives of its residents forever. For decades, the community had known him as a reclusive, awkward figure, a solitary farmhand who kept to himself and maintained a routine farm life. The revelation of his crimes, however, exposed the horrifying reality that beneath his unassuming exterior lay a world of grotesque obsession, compulsion, and ritualistic horror. The impact on the town was immediate and profound, generating a complex mixture of fear, fascination, and cultural legacy that would endure for generations. Initially, the townspeople were in disbelief. Plainfield was a small community where everyone knew one another, or thought they did. The idea that someone living among them could engage in acts as depraved as grave robbing, crafting human remains into objects, and ultimately committing murder was incomprehensible. Neighbors struggled to reconcile the polite, quiet man they had seen every day with the revelations coming from the farmhouse. This cognitive dissonance fueled fear, as residents realized that appearances could be misleading and that the boundary between normalcy and horror was thinner than they had imagined. The fear in Plainfield was tangible. Families became cautious, children were warned about strangers, and the community's sense of safety was shattered. For years, the town had been insulated by its rural isolation, believing that horrific events were confined to cities or distant lands. Gein's crimes brought the unthinkable close to home, creating a pervasive sense of unease. Ordinary routines, walking past the farmhouse, visiting neighbors, even attending local events, were suddenly colored by the knowledge that such darkness had existed unnoticed within the community. Curiosity also intertwined with fear. Residents, journalists, and outsiders alike were drawn to the story, eager to learn more about the macabre details. The farmhouse became a focal point of attention, its grotesque contents a subject of morbid fascination. Although few dared approach directly, stories of human skin masks, bone furniture, and the overall ritualistic environment spread quickly, captivating imaginations. The dual reaction of fear and fascination highlights a fundamental aspect of human psychology, the compulsion to understand the extreme, even while recoiling from it. The media presence in Plainfield intensified these reactions. Newspapers, television crews, and radio reporters descended upon the town, amplifying the drama and sensationalizing the story. Headlines emphasized the grotesque and shocking, while interviews with residents revealed a mixture of horror and disbelief. The media's scrutiny magnified the town's exposure, transforming a local tragedy into a national spectacle. For the people of Plainfield, their lives were suddenly intertwined with a public narrative that they could neither fully control nor escape. Over time, the legacy of Ed Gein became embedded in the identity of Plainfield itself. While residents sought to distance themselves from the notoriety, the association with the Plainfield Ghoul could not be entirely erased. Local lore, tourism, and cultural references ensured that Ed's story remained a part of the town's narrative, shaping perceptions both internally and externally. For younger generations, the tale became cautionary, a blend of true crime horror and psychological study that emphasized the extremes of human behavior, Psychologists and criminologists visiting Plainfield noted that the community's reaction was multifaceted. Fear, shame, curiosity, and fascination coexisted, creating a collective response that was as much about understanding the abnormal as about reconciling ordinary life with extraordinary horror. Residents experienced both the stigma of association and the need to process trauma, highlighting the long-term social impact of Ed Gein's crimes. The collective memory of the community became a reflection of the tension between knowing and understanding, between horror and the desire for closure. The cultural repercussions extended beyond Plainfield. Scholars, filmmakers, and writers frequently reference the town when exploring Gein's crimes, situating the community as the backdrop for one of the most notorious criminal cases in American history. Plainfield became a symbolic landscape, illustrating the intersection of rural isolation, obsessive pathology, and societal unpreparedness for extreme deviance. The town's experience provided insight into how communities cope with the revelation of hidden horror and how fear and fascination can coexist in shaping collective memory. In addition to external perceptions, the internal community response evolved over time. Initial shock gave way to a more reflective engagement with the case, as residents sought to understand the factors that led to Gein's behavior. Conversations about mental health, social isolation, and family influence became more common, providing a framework for interpreting the events while promoting awareness and prevention. The community's grappling with the legacy of Ed Gein became a form of collective processing, an attempt to integrate trauma, curiosity, and understanding into a coherent narrative. Local historians and journalists later documented these reactions, preserving the community's memory of both the crimes and the response. Interviews with residents who lived through the events, combined with archival media reports, created a layered portrait of Plainfield's engagement with horror. The town's narrative became a case study in the social consequences of encountering extreme criminal behavior, highlighting how ordinary communities navigate the intersection of fear, fascination, and public scrutiny. Ultimately, Plainfield's reaction to Ed Gein exemplifies the profound social impact of criminal acts that pierce the veil of normalcy. Fear and fascination, shame and curiosity, disbelief and comprehension, all coexisted in a community grappling with the realization that horror can emerge quietly and unexpectedly. The town's legacy is intertwined with the story of the Plainfield Ghoul, offering a unique perspective on how societies confront, process, and remember acts of extreme human deviance. The arrest of Ed Gein left Plainfield, Wisconsin, in a state of lasting unease. While the immediate shock of the discovery slowly subsided, the psychological and social consequences endured, casting a long shadow over the community. Trauma lingered among residents who had known him, feared him, or even unwittingly coexisted with him, creating a collective memory intertwined with horror, fascination, and reflection. The aftermath of the Plainfield Ghoul's crimes became a testament to how a small town processes profound disruption, blending grief, fear, and an ongoing curiosity about the nature of evil. For many, the trauma was deeply personal. Families who had interacted with Ed or observed his peculiarities struggled to reconcile memories of a shy, reclusive man with the grotesque reality revealed in the farmhouse. Neighbors recalled him as polite but odd, quiet but intensely private, a figure who had blended into the background of ordinary life. This dissonance, the clash between perception and reality, produced lingering anxiety and a heightened awareness of human unpredictability. Residents who had once assumed safety within the bounds of their community now understood that extraordinary darkness could emerge in familiar surroundings, altering the psychological landscape of the town indefinitely. The town also experienced collective trauma. News coverage, media intrusion, and sensationalized portrayals amplified the community's exposure to the horrors of Gain's life. Journalists, filmmakers, and true crime enthusiasts arrived in droves, seeking first-hand accounts and access to the infamous farmhouse. Residents were forced to confront the grotesque details repeatedly, often feeling that their town had been hijacked by the macabre notoriety of one man's actions. This external attention contributed to a sense of communal vulnerability, as the quiet rhythms of rural life were disrupted by both national fascination and local anxiety. Memory became a critical tool for processing the events. Oral histories, interviews, and local accounts preserve the nuanced responses of Plainfield residents. Stories highlighted the initial disbelief, the creeping horror as details emerged, and the gradual attempt to integrate the events into the town's historical narrative. Memory served both as a shield and a lens, protecting residents from the immediate emotional impact while allowing reflection on the social and psychological lessons of Gain's life. The act of remembering, even decades later, became an essential component of communal coping, enabling the town to retain identity and perspective despite its association with extreme horror. The shadow of Ed Gein's legacy extended to social cohesion. Fear and fascination influenced interactions, shaping the community's collective identity. Parents warned children, neighbors scrutinized one another more closely, and the concept of trust was subtly redefined. The town's experience illustrates how a single individual's extreme behavior can ripple outward, affecting social norms, perceptions of safety, and communal dynamics. Plainfield became emblematic of a broader societal lesson that proximity to unimaginable acts of deviance creates enduring psychological and social consequences. As time passed, fascination evolved alongside trauma. Scholars, writers, and filmmakers continued to return to Plainfield for insight, solidifying the town's role in the cultural narrative of horror and true crime. Residents often found themselves balancing personal grief and societal curiosity, navigating a dual identity as both witnesses to horror and custodians of local history. This duality shaped the ongoing memory of the events, reinforcing the town's connection to Ed Gein while simultaneously allowing reflection, learning, and contextualization of the extreme psychological factors at play. Local educators and historians began integrating discussions of Gein's crimes into broader lessons about psychology, human behavior, and community resilience. The narrative of the Plainfield Ghoul was used as a case study to explore the intersections of mental illness, maternal influence, social isolation, and obsession. While always approached with care and sensitivity, these discussions provided a means for younger generations to comprehend the complexity of human pathology without sensationalizing the trauma, allowing the community to transform horror into knowledge. The physical landscape of Plainfield also bore the mark of the aftermath. The Gein farmhouse, once a functioning home and farm, became a symbol of fear and fascination. Its presence loomed over the town, both literally and metaphorically, serving as a reminder of the extremes of human behavior and the hidden histories that can exist behind ordinary facades. Even after Ed's death, the house remained a point of reflection and curiosity, reinforcing the town's association with the narrative of horror while offering tangible context for understanding the events. Psychologically, residents grappled with the dual challenge of mourning and comprehension. The horror of Ed's actions demanded moral reckoning, while the fascination with his psychological profile prompted intellectual curiosity. This duality underscores a universal aspect of human response to extreme behavior, the simultaneous need to process emotion and seek understanding. In Plainfield, this manifested in storytelling, historical documentation, and the cautious engagement with media and scholarship, blending trauma with reflection. Ultimately, the aftermath of Ed Gein's crimes in Plainfield represents the enduring consequences of confronting extreme human pathology. Trauma, memory, and fascination intersected to shape the town's identity, influencing generations of residents and creating a narrative that continues to resonate in cultural, psychological, and academic contexts. The shadow of the Plainfield Ghoul remains, not only as a symbol of horror, but as a lens through which to examine community resilience, the complexity of human behavior, and the intricate process of integrating trauma into collective memory. Chapter 14: Ed Gein's Trial, Justice, Media Spectacle, and the Legal Examination of Insanity. The arrest of Ed Gein in November 1957 set the stage for one of the most sensational trials in American criminal history. While the gruesome nature of his crimes was shocking enough, the trial became a complex legal, psychological, and cultural event that captured the attention of the nation. It was not only a question of guilt or innocence, but a deep exploration of human psychology, the boundaries of criminal responsibility, and the intersection of law and morality. The court proceedings were as much a spectacle as an examination, providing a dramatic lens through which the public could grapple with the extraordinary events in Plainfield. From the outset, the media descended on the case with unprecedented intensity. Newspapers and television crews flocked to the small town, broadcasting the details of Gein's crimes to a wide audience. Headlines emphasized the grotesque elements, the human skin masks, bone furniture, and the ritualistic practices, but reporters also focused on the psychological dimensions, attempting to explain how a man could commit such acts. This media presence transformed the trial into a national sensation, influencing public opinion and setting the stage for the legal examination of Ed's mental state. The charges against Gein were severe, encompassing murder, grave robbing, and mutilation. Authorities presented evidence with meticulous attention to detail, documenting the array of artifacts discovered in his farmhouse. The prosecution emphasized the premeditation and ritualistic nature of his actions, arguing that they demonstrated a conscious understanding of wrongdoing. For the legal system, the challenge lay in balancing the shocking evidence with the need for a fair trial, ensuring that the extraordinary circumstances did not obscure due process. Central to the trial was the question of Gein's mental competency. Experts were called to assess whether he understood the nature of his actions and whether he could be held fully accountable under the law. Psychiatric evaluations revealed a complex psychological profile, marked by obsessive-compulsive behavior, deep maternal attachment, social isolation, and distorted moral reasoning. Psychologists debated whether Ed's actions reflected insanity or a calculated engagement with deviant impulses. This debate highlighted broader societal questions. Can extreme psychological pathology absolve criminal responsibility? How should the law address acts driven by compulsion, obsession, or mental disorder? The defense argued that Ed Gein was legally insane, asserting that he lacked the capacity to distinguish right from wrong due to his psychological disorders. They highlighted his upbringing under Augusta Gein's oppressive influence, his prolonged social isolation, and the compulsive rituals that governed his life. Experts testified to the profound impact of these factors on his mental state, suggesting that his actions, while horrific, emerged from a disturbed mind rather than deliberate criminal intent. The defense's strategy focused on portraying Ed not as a calculating killer, but as a psychologically compromised individual whose pathology demanded treatment rather than punishment. In contrast, the prosecution emphasized accountability. They framed Gein's actions as methodical, organized, and intentional, arguing that he understood the illegality and immorality of his behavior. The evidence presented, including the careful selection of victims, the crafting of human artifacts, and the concealment of bodies, was intended to demonstrate awareness and premeditation. The prosecution also sought to balance the sensational aspects of the case with legal rigor, ensuring that the trial remained grounded in the principles of justice despite the grotesque and horrifying evidence. The courtroom itself became a stage where psychology, law, and media spectacle intersected. The public gallery was crowded with spectators, journalists, and curious observers, all drawn to the surreal nature of the trial. Witness testimony, expert analysis, and forensic evidence combined to create a narrative that was both horrifying and instructive, offering insight into the mechanisms of deviant behavior and the complexities of legal adjudication. The trial was as much a cultural event as a judicial process, reflecting society's fascination with the grotesque and the psychological unknown. That Ed Gein's behavior during the trial also revealed his psychological state. He appeared subdued, uncommunicative, and at times detached, exhibiting the social awkwardness and isolation that had characterized his life. Yet, even in court, the magnitude of his actions and the complexity of his obsessions could be discerned, providing both jurors and the public with a window into a mind shaped by decades of maternal domination, compulsion, and ritualistic preoccupation. Observers were struck by the contrast between his outwardly ordinary demeanor and the monstrous nature of his crimes, reinforcing the psychological duality that made his case so compelling. The verdict of the trial ultimately reflected this tension between legal accountability and psychological pathology. While the question of guilt was established through evidence, the determination of criminal responsibility was mediated by psychiatric evaluation, leading to a nuanced outcome. Ed Gein was found guilty of murder but legally insane, resulting in confinement to a psychiatric institution rather than a traditional prison sentence. This decision highlighted the recognition that extreme psychological disturbance could coexist with criminal acts, requiring a response that addressed both public safety and mental health treatment. The trial of Ed Gein also set a precedent in public understanding of criminal insanity. It prompted discussions about how law and psychiatry intersect, emphasizing the importance of expert testimony, psychological assessment, and ethical considerations in high-profile cases. Society was forced to grapple with uncomfortable questions about human nature, moral responsibility, and the capacity for horror to emerge from the most seemingly ordinary lives. Gein's trial became a cultural touchstone, illustrating the complex interplay between law, psychology, and public fascination. In the end, the legal proceedings surrounding Ed Gein's case were more than a mechanism for justice. They were a window into the depths of human pathology, the challenges of psychiatric evaluation, and the societal need to understand extreme deviance. The trial, both sensational and instructive, solidified his place in criminal history while illuminating the psychological, legal, and cultural dimensions of one of the most notorious cases of the 20th century. The conclusion of Ed Gein's trial marked the beginning of a new chapter in the public's long fascination with the Plainfield Ghoul. After extensive deliberation and expert testimony, the court determined that while Gein had committed murder, he was legally insane at the time of the crime. The verdict reflected a nuanced understanding of human behavior, acknowledging the profound impact of psychological disorders, maternal domination, and social isolation on his capacity for moral judgment. Rather than a traditional prison sentence, Ed was confined to a psychiatric institution, initiating a lifetime under medical supervision and a close examination of his mental state. Incarceration in a psychiatric facility represented a departure from conventional punitive approaches. Ed Gein's confinement was structured around treatment and observation, aimed at managing his obsessive tendencies and assessing the underlying psychological drivers of his behavior. Psychiatric professionals documented his routine, monitored his interactions, and conducted intensive evaluations to understand the depth and nature of his disorders. These studies revealed the enduring influence of maternal attachment, social isolation, and ritualistic compulsion, providing valuable insight into the workings of a mind shaped by extreme deprivation, obsession, and moral distortion. The institutional environment offered both containment and a framework for reflection. Unlike prison, where punishment is the primary objective, the psychiatric setting emphasized safety, rehabilitation, and the management of pathological behaviors. Ed's life within the facility was highly structured, governed by daily routines, occupational therapy, and supervised activities designed to mitigate compulsive tendencies. Despite the confinement, he retained elements of autonomy, navigating the controlled environment in ways that revealed both his residual behavioral patterns and his capacity for adaptation within restrictive boundaries. Over time, Ed Gein's confinement illuminated the complexities of psychiatric treatment for extreme criminal behavior. Clinicians faced challenges in addressing compulsive rituals rooted in deep psychological trauma and obsessive fixation. Interventions focused not only on preventing recurrence of criminal activity, but also on understanding the emotional, cognitive, and environmental factors that had contributed to his actions. Ed's case became an example of the intricate balance between public safety, ethical treatment, and scientific investigation in managing individuals whose crimes are intertwined with severe mental disturbance. The long-term confinement of Ed Gein also influenced public perception. Media and true crime narratives often sensationalized his life in psychiatric care, imagining the macabre potential of a mind already associated with grotesque acts. Yet in reality, his existence in the institution was marked by routine, observation, and clinical study rather than active horror. The contrast between public imagination and clinical reality underscores a recurring theme in the story of Ed Gein: the tension between fascination with horror and the need for measured, evidence-based understanding of human pathology. While incarcerated, Ed remained a subject of psychological research. Experts documented his compulsive behaviors, social interactions, and cognitive patterns, seeking to extract lessons applicable to both criminology and psychiatry. These studies reinforced the significance of early environmental influences, the role of maternal dominance, and the consequences of prolonged isolation. Each observation added depth to the understanding of how obsessive and ritualistic behaviors can escalate into criminal acts, contributing to a growing body of knowledge about extreme pathology. The psychiatric confinement also highlighted the limitations of the legal system when addressing cases of extreme mental illness. Gein's verdict and subsequent treatment illustrated the necessity of integrating psychiatric expertise into legal decisions, recognizing that traditional imprisonment alone could neither rehabilitate nor fully explain behaviors driven by complex psychological dysfunction. The case became a reference point for evaluating the intersection of law, mental health, and moral responsibility, prompting ongoing discussion in both academic and legal circles. Despite decades of confinement, Ed Gein remained largely reclusive, rarely interacting with staff beyond necessary routines. His personality, shaped by years of isolation and obsessive maternal influence, persisted, demonstrating the enduring nature of early psychological conditioning. Clinicians noted his meticulous attention to detail, quiet demeanor, and limited social engagement, reflecting both his adaptation to the controlled environment and the deep imprint of his formative experiences. This persistence of personality traits highlighted the challenges of addressing pathology rooted in lifelong patterns, even under continuous supervision and structured intervention. The institution itself became a microcosm for the study of extreme criminal behavior, offering a controlled setting in which experts could observe the interplay between obsession, ritual, and psychological pathology. Researchers documented how Ed's routines, compulsions, and interpersonal behaviors were manifestations of enduring mental disturbances, providing insight into the mechanisms by which deviance is maintained and managed. The knowledge gained from his confinement has informed modern forensic psychiatry, contributing to the development of strategies for treatment, risk assessment, and the ethical management of individuals with similar pathologies. Over the years, Ed Gein's life in confinement underscored a critical point. While the horror of his crimes captured the public imagination, the true story extended beyond the sensational. His existence in the institution was both a testament to the enduring consequences of untreated psychological trauma and a cautionary illustration of the need for early intervention, understanding, and structured management. The Plainfield Ghoul's legacy was not only in the acts he committed, but also in the lessons he provided to law enforcement, psychiatry, and society about the interplay between environment, obsession, and criminal behavior. Ultimately, Ed Gein's verdict, incarceration, and psychiatric confinement solidified his place in the annals of criminal history. He became more than a figure of horror. He became a case study in extreme pathology, a subject of ethical and scientific scrutiny, and a reminder of the profound influence of early life experiences on adult behavior. The shadow of the Plainfield Ghoul extended beyond his crimes, encompassing the challenges of legal adjudication, psychiatric treatment, and societal understanding of the darkest potentials of the human mind. Chapter 15. The Legacy of Ed Gein. Horror, true crime, and cultural memory. Ed Gein's name is etched into the annals of criminal history, not merely for the grotesque nature of his crimes, but for the enduring influence his life and actions have had on culture, media, and public understanding of human pathology. The legacy of the Plainfield Ghoul transcends the rural town where he lived, extending into literature, cinema, psychology, and the broader realm of true crime. Understanding his impact requires examining both the factual consequences of his acts and the way society has interpreted, dramatized, and reflected on them over decades. One of the most visible aspects of Gein's legacy is his influence on horror media. Filmmakers, writers, and creators repeatedly drew inspiration from his life, translating his real-world horrors into fictional narratives. Characters such as Norman Bates from Psycho, Leatherface from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Buffalo Bill from The Silence of the Lambs carry echoes of Gein's obsessions, his rituals, and his psychological complexity. These adaptations demonstrate society's fascination with exploring extreme human behavior through fiction, allowing audiences to confront fear and morbidity in controlled, narrative-driven environments. Each of these characters embodies different facets of Gein's pathology: maternal fixation, compulsion, and the grotesque transformation of human mortality into objects of power and identity. True crime enthusiasts continue to engage with Ed Gein's story as a foundational case study. His crimes illustrate the intersection of psychological pathology, social isolation, and ritualistic behavior, providing insight into how extreme deviance develops and manifests. Scholars analyze the details of his upbringing, his obsessive relationship with his mother, and the meticulous nature of his actions to understand broader patterns in criminal psychology. Modern podcasts, documentaries, and literature revisit the case with new perspectives, highlighting the ongoing curiosity surrounding the human mind's capacity for darkness and the psychological underpinnings of obsession. Gain's legacy also intersects with the study of mental health and criminology. His life serves as a stark illustration of how early trauma, maternal domination, and social isolation can converge to produce profoundly deviant behavior. In academic circles, the case is frequently referenced to discuss forensic psychology, the evaluation of insanity in legal contexts, and the ethical considerations of psychiatric intervention. The lessons derived from Gain's life and trial continue to influence practices in both law enforcement and clinical psychology, shaping approaches to risk assessment, treatment of compulsive offenders, and understanding of extreme behavioral pathology. In cultural memory, Ed Gein embodies a duality. He is simultaneously a figure of horror and a subject of fascination, representing both revulsion and intrigue. His story forces society to confront uncomfortable truths about human behavior, that monstrous acts can emerge in the context of isolation and obsession, and that appearances can be profoundly misleading. The tension between fear and fascination is central to his enduring presence in cultural discourse. Communities, media, and audiences grapple with this duality, processing horror through storytelling, analysis, and reflection. The town of Plainfield itself became an unwitting custodian of Gain's legacy. While residents initially experienced fear, shock, and trauma, the passage of time transformed their relationship with the events into a complex narrative of memory, identity, and cultural significance. Oral histories, local accounts, and historical documentation preserve the nuanced reactions of the community, illustrating how collective memory evolves in response to extraordinary events. Plainfield's identity became inseparable from its association with the Plainfield Ghoul, reflecting the long-term impact of extreme criminal acts on social consciousness. That Ed Gein's influence on media extends beyond character inspiration. Documentaries and true crime productions meticulously reconstruct his environment, the artifacts he created, and the psychological landscape that drove his actions. These portrayals emphasize both the grotesque and the instructive, providing audiences with a comprehensive understanding of his pathology while maintaining sensitivity to historical accuracy. By examining the interplay between reality and adaptation, these works highlight the challenges of translating true crime into media that educates, entertains, and respects the gravity of human suffering. The fascination with Gein also reflects broader societal questions about morality, psychology, and human potential. Audiences are compelled to ask why ordinary individuals sometimes commit extraordinary acts of horror, and how environmental, psychological, and social factors converge to produce behavior that defies comprehension. Ed's life becomes a lens through which society can explore the boundaries of human nature, understanding both the mechanisms of deviance and the cultural fascination with extremity. In contemporary culture, the legacy of Ed Gein continues to evolve. True crime enthusiasts analyze newly available documents, forensic studies revisit the evidence, and cinematic portrayals reinterpret his life for new audiences. Each retelling reinforces the complex mixture of horror and fascination that defines his story, ensuring that the Plainfield Ghoul remains relevant in discussions of criminal psychology, cultural impact, and the representation of extreme human behavior. Ultimately, Ed Gein's legacy is multifaceted. He is remembered as a cautionary tale of pathology and compulsion, a foundational figure in horror fiction, a case study in criminal psychology, and a subject of enduring cultural fascination. His story illustrates the profound ways in which extreme behavior can influence society, shaping media, scholarship, and public consciousness. The legacy of the Plainfield Ghoul endures not merely because of the crimes he committed, but because his life provides insight into the darkest corners of the human psyche and the ways in which society seeks to understand, document, and reflect on human deviance. Ed Gein's crimes left a mark not only on Plainfield, but on the cultural imagination of an entire nation. Decades after his arrest, his story continues to resonate, influencing both the true crime genre and the world of horror entertainment. The fascination stems from the chilling intersection of reality and imagination, an ordinary man capable of extraordinary and grotesque acts. This duality has ensured that his legacy extends far beyond the confines of his psychiatric confinement, shaping cultural narratives, inspiring creators, and prompting deep reflection on the nature of human pathology. In cinema, Gein's influence is undeniable. Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho drew directly from the maternal fixation and dual identity seen in Gein's life, with Norman Bates split between an outwardly normal persona and a hidden, sinister world, echoing the psychological duality that characterized the Plainfield Ghoul. Similarly, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre incorporated elements of Gein's grave robbing, his use of human skin and bones, and his ritualistic obsession into the character of Leatherface, translating the grotesque reality of Ed's crimes into an enduring cinematic icon. Even decades later, filmmakers continue to reference or adapt aspects of his life, illustrating the lasting narrative power of his story in exploring fear, morality, and psychological complexity. Beyond cinema, Gein's impact permeates literature and graphic storytelling. Novels and comic books frequently incorporate his traits to explore themes of isolation, compulsion, and the darker sides of human nature. Writers are drawn to the compelling narrative of an individual whose life embodies the extremes of psychological dysfunction, providing fertile ground for examining the interplay between trauma, obsession, and deviance. These works maintain fidelity to the psychological truths of his life while adapting the narrative into forms that engage readers, provoke thought, and offer insights into the boundaries of human behavior. The true crime genre has similarly embraced Ed Gein's story, framing it as both cautionary and instructive. Podcasts, documentaries, and investigative journalism continue to dissect his life with a focus on psychological analysis, historical context, and forensic detail. His crimes are frequently referenced in discussions about the role of maternal influence, social isolation, and compulsive behavior in shaping extreme deviance. Scholars, law enforcement professionals, and enthusiasts examine the case to understand how environmental and psychological factors converge to produce behavior that challenges moral and legal norms. Each retelling reinforces the complexity of his pathology while offering lessons in prevention, awareness, and the identification of high-risk behavior. Culturally, Gein's story reflects society's fascination with the grotesque and the abnormal. The enduring interest in his life underscores a human tendency to explore the boundaries of fear and morality, to confront the unimaginable within the safety of narrative, media, or historical analysis. This fascination is not purely voyeuristic. It serves as a mirror through which society examines its understanding of deviance, the fragility of normalcy, and the consequences of extreme psychological disturbance. Ed Gein, as a case study, embodies the tension between horror and comprehension, forcing audiences to grapple with uncomfortable truths about human nature. His influence also extends into education and research. Forensic psychology, criminology, and legal studies frequently use Gein's case to illustrate the challenges of diagnosing, adjudicating, and managing individuals with extreme mental disorders. Lessons derived from his behavior inform modern approaches to psychiatric evaluation, risk assessment, and institutional management of violent offenders. Gein's life demonstrates how psychological compulsion can manifest in criminal behavior, emphasizing the importance of early intervention, thorough assessment, and the integration of psychiatric expertise in legal proceedings. Even in popular culture, references to Ed Gein persist in music, television, and art. From horror-inspired albums to TV documentaries, his story resonates as a symbol of both human curiosity and societal caution. These portrayals emphasize the dual aspects of fear and fascination, transforming the narrative of the Plainfield Ghoul into a cultural touchstone that transcends its historical origins. By embedding his life in multiple forms of media, society perpetuates the lessons, warnings, and reflections embedded in his story, ensuring that the psychological and moral questions it raises remain relevant. The ethical dimensions of representing Ed Gein's life in media are significant. Creators balance the desire to dramatize or educate with the need to avoid sensationalism that disrespects victims or oversimplifies psychological complexities. Successful adaptations maintain fidelity to the human truths underlying his pathology while exploring the moral, emotional, and psychological dimensions of his behavior. This careful handling ensures that his story serves as both a cautionary tale and an opportunity for deeper understanding of human extremes. Ultimately, the enduring cultural impact of Ed Gein is defined by the interplay of horror, psychology, and society's fascination with extreme behavior. His life and crimes continue to influence how narratives of fear are constructed, how pathology is analyzed, and how moral and psychological questions are explored in media, literature, and scholarship. The Plainfield Ghoul story serves as a lens through which society examines the darkest corners of the human mind, reflecting a timeless tension between fear, fascination, and understanding. Through decades of retelling, adaptation, and study, Ed Gein remains a figure whose legacy bridges reality and fiction, horror and insight, crime and culture. His story endures not because of gratuitous sensationalism, but because it illuminates the complexities of human psychology, the consequences of isolation and obsession, and the ways society grapples with acts that challenge comprehension. The Plainfield Ghoul's life continues to resonate, reminding us of the profound capacity for darkness within the human experience and the enduring power of narrative to explore, process, and understand it.